Hi, I'm Rob and I'm going to be popping up at the beginning of each section to let you know what's coming next. In this section we'll be getting you all set up, so we'll get you access to all the cool free stuff that comes with the course, and I'll show you exactly how to download the free software that you'll need to follow along with the course. I cover Windows and Mac, so you should be sorted regardless of your operating system. I'll also show you the basics of debugging your code so that when things go wrong, and they will, you'll know how to investigate and fix the problem. So let's get started and get you access to all that cool free stuff. With the Complete Web Developer Course 2.0, you get a lot more than just the best web development course available online. You get a year's free hosting on the Eco Web Hosting Advanced account, worth $200. You get a copy of the second edition of my highly rated How to Earn $10,000 While Learning to Code ebook. You get the 3 official Bootstrap themes, which look great and are worth $99 each. And you get a $10 discount on the X theme, which we'll be working with in the WordPress section of the course. So how do you get all these extras? Well, if you already have one of my other courses, you can go to ecowebhosting.co.uk/cp/profile, scroll down until you find the Complete Web Developer Course 2.0 and click Verify Purchase. It's as simple as that. If you haven't verified another one of my courses, then just go to ecowebhosting.co.uk/cp/webdev2. That will take you to this page where you put in your email address. So I'll just use rob@example.com. Any password you like, but make sure it's nice and secure. And then you need your Udemy username. To get this, you go to any page on Udemy while you're logged in, and then click on your image at the top right there, and click View Profile. This will take you to your profile page, and then click View Public Profile. And in the URL of this page, that last bit there is your Udemy username. So that might be something like Rob Percival, or it might just be a random string of letters and numbers. Whatever it is, copy that and then paste it in and click Sign Up. And then we'll verify your purchase, and you have the option to receive some more getting started emails and give us any comments that you'd like to on the sign up process. Finally, just click Update Account Details on the right there, and that will take you to your profile page, and then just scroll down and you should see that the Complete Web Developer Course 2 is verified. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see how to get those course extras. So you can download the Bootstrap themes there, get the ebook using those links, depending on which version you want to read. You won't find these extras with any other web development course. So congratulations on choosing this course. And in the next video, I'll show you how to download and set up the 2 free pieces of software that you'll need for the course. On Windows, there are just 2 pieces of software that I'd recommend you download for this course, and they are the Chrome browser and Notepad++. So let's get Chrome first. On Windows, just open up your browser and then type download Chrome into your browser window. That should get you a bunch of links which will lead to downloading Chrome, and that will get you to this page where you click the Download Chrome button. It's optional whether you want to set Google Chrome as your default browser and whether you choose to send the usage statistics as well. The reason we're using Chrome is because it has great developer tools which will allow you to look at the code of your pages and see what the errors are in your JavaScript or whatever language you're working in at the time. So once it's downloaded, just click Run to download the setup file, say yes to allow it to make changes on your PC, and then that will go through the process of downloading the latest version of Chrome and installing it on your machine. As it happens, I already have Chrome running on my machine, so I'm actually going to stop it there, but you should just complete the installation and then you'll have Chrome running on your computer. To get Chrome running, just click in the search box and start typing Chrome, and there it'll be. If you're on a different version of Windows, then it should appear on this start menu list as well. So this is Chrome. If you haven't used it before, it works in the same way as all other internet browsers. So we can use it to download Notepad++. There are a number of free text editors on Windows. So click download. Notepad++, I think, is the most powerful and versatile and easy to use. Essentially the best one, I think, for people to get started with when they're starting to code. So then just click the big download button, and that will download it for you. It shouldn't take very long. It's only 4 megabytes. And then when that's complete, click on the installer. And this time I will go through the whole process with you. Click OK to select the language, and then next. I agree, next, and I'd use all the default options there. Next, and again, all the default options, you can change those if you want, but I'm going to leave them as they are. And then we'll just let the install process do its job. There we go. And finally, we'll run Notepad++. And there we go. And to get an HTML file, I'm just going to get you started by using Save As in the File menu. And then I would just get started by going onto the desktop and choosing a file name like webpage.html, and if you use the .html extension, that will save as a .html page, and then just clear out the text and use Control S to save. And then I'll just set you up with the view that we'll have for most of this course, which is the Chrome browser on the left. If you drag that all the way over to the left, it'll give you a beautiful split screen there with your HTML file on the right and Chrome right there for you on the left. Fantastic. In the next video then, we'll see how to set up your very first web page by creating an HTML file in your text editor and then viewing it in your browser. I'll see you there. In this video, I'm going to show you how to download and install the 2 bits of free software that you need for this course on a Mac. If you're not working on a Mac, then just jump straight on to the next video. Now, as I've mentioned before, we're going to be using Chrome as our browser for this course. If you use a different browser, such as Firefox, Internet Explorer, or Safari, then you're welcome to carry on with that browser, but I'd recommend switching to Chrome because then you'll see exactly the same as what I'm showing you here on the videos. So to get Chrome, just type download Chrome into Google and click on the top result, and you'll get to this page. Click on the blue download Chrome button and then accept and install. That will then download the file to install Chrome, and then you just click on that and go through the process. I can't do that for you because I've already got Chrome installed, but it's pretty straightforward. Alright, so now you've got Chrome up and running, we're going to install our second bit of software, which is called Brackets. And this is our text editor that we're going to be using very much to edit text. So you can see what it looks like there. We've got some very nicely indented and colored code there, and we're going to be writing code that looks just like that. As with Chrome, there are a number of different text editors out there, and if you use a different one and you like that one, then just stick with it. But if you've never used a text editor before, then use Brackets. It's a very good one, and it's what I'll be using in the course. So to download it, just go to brackets.io in your browser, and I would click the Download Brackets Without Extract button. You probably don't want Extract. Have a little scroll down and see what Extract does. If you want to, it's free, but we won't be using it in this course. So to keep things simple, I'd go for the Without Extract option. And then as before, when it's completed the download, we're just going to click on that and run through the install process. It doesn't take very long. So we're just verifying the DMG file, which is going to install the app for us. And then when it's done, you should get the option to drag brackets into your applications, which will then complete the install process. Doesn't take very long. All right, now that's completed. I'm going to use Command Space to open up Spotlight and just start typing brackets, and it should pop up. There it is. So there's brackets, and here it is. So this is our text editor that we're going to be working with, and here's a sample file that it starts off with, and a note about usage statistics, which I personally think is fine. And here we've just got a sample HTML file, which we can ignore for now. And one change I'm going to make before we start writing some HTML is to get rid of this sidebar on the left. So I'm going to do that using hide sidebar. And that just gives me a bit more room to work with. You can do the same if you like. And if you want it to look exactly the same as me, I'd recommend that. But there we go. You now have Chrome and brackets, which are the only two bits of software that you need for this course. And we'll start from an empty page on brackets in the next lecture. See you there. During the course, you'll probably have a few problems with your code. It won't work as you expect it to, you'll get bugs, and you'll probably be pretty frustrated. So I'd like to take a couple of minutes right now to show you how best to deal with those situations when they arise and how to get answers super quickly. So step 1 is debug your code. Usual thing is to check for error messages. So I would have a look in the compiler, in the browser, wherever it is that you're working to see exactly what's causing the problem. You can normally get the line number as well, and then you can just use that to hopefully work out where the error message is, add in the bracket or the semicolon or whatever it is that's missing, and move on with the course. Failing that, my usual advice is to remove all the code that you just added until it works again, and then add it in gradually, line by line. Then you should find that at some point it will stop working. If it doesn't, then your problem's solved. But if it does, at least then you know exactly where the problem is, and you can start to find solutions to it. Finally, if that doesn't help, compare your code against my demo code. All the lectures have code built in to them so that you can download, and then you can see what is different in your code and hopefully see if that is causing the problem. All right, so what if you've done all this debugging and you still can't get it working? Well, step 2, and this is what makes you a real programmer, is learning how to find solutions online. So it's pretty straightforward, really. It is just Googling. My general approach is to Google the specific error message that you've got. And if you don't have an error message, then get one, either from the compiler, from the browser, from Xcode, whatever it is, and then Google that along with the name of the programming language. Almost certainly, at least one person, if not several people, have had that exact same problem, and there's probably a solution right there on Stack Overflow for you. So that's issue number 1. If that doesn't help, then you can always Google how do I do, and then whatever it is that you're trying to do. Again, put the name of the programming language in there as well. And that will probably get you a few lines of code which will achieve exactly what you want. You can either paste those in and move on, or you can see what was different about those to the code that you were using, and then hopefully work out where you were going wrong, and then once again, move on with the course. All right, occasionally, of course, you will have to ask some questions, and that's absolutely fine. I love that we've got 200,000 people in the forums for these courses, and people are extremely helpful, and I want to get answers to your questions as quickly as possible. So the main thing here is to ask good questions. I've answered thousands of support questions now over these courses, and I know what makes a good question. So first off, be positive. I know you're feeling frustrated, and often that can leak out into when you're asking a question. But if you keep things positive, you're much more likely to get an answer. So ask very nicely for help, say you'd be very grateful for anyone that can help you out, and you're much more likely to get a quick and helpful response. Secondly, be specific. So don't just paste in a massive load of code and say, this doesn't work, what's wrong? But once you've done all the error checking and the debugging, you should know exactly where your problem is. So send a screenshot of that code, or send the few lines of code that are not working along with the error message, so that we know exactly where you're going wrong. And then once again, you should get a nice, quick and accurate response to your question. If you can give a link to your code in action. So this is particularly useful for the web course, but maybe for other courses as well. Either give a link on your web hosting or to jsbin.com or another site where your code is actually running. Then we can make changes and test it out, and we should be able to get back to you even quicker with a solution. Finally, once you've got your solution, thank someone if they've helped you. I've looked back over the forums and the vast majority of helpful comments are not thanked at all, which doesn't encourage people to help people again. So please do just go back and say thanks, that was really helpful, so that they know that they've helped you. And last but not least, while you're there, why not see if you can answer someone else's question? If you've had help from me or from other people doing the course, then it's great to give back a little to the course and then help a few other people as well. So while you've asked your question, just answer a couple of other people's, and then that will keep the love flowing and keep everyone happy and progressing in their coding careers. So enjoy the course, and I'll see you in the forums. Welcome to section 2 of the complete web developer course. Now that you're all set up with your text editor and browser, we're going to be cracking straight on with HTML, which is the basic language of every website. I'll show you the structure of a basic HTML page, and we'll look at some of the key elements that make up a website, such as headers, paragraphs, text, forms, tables, and a lot more. At the end of the section, you'll be making a real website as a challenge. And also at the end of every video, you'll find the code that you need and a coding challenge as well, which gives you an opportunity to practice what you've learned in that video and get instant feedback from our coding exercises system. At the same time, I'd encourage you to download a copy of my book, How to Earn $10,000 While Learning to Code, which comes with the course, and just start reading the opening chapters and start thinking about how you're going to put the skills that you're learning into action. Enjoy this section, and I'll see you at the beginning of section 3. So we're finally ready to write our first ever web page. If you follow the instructions in the previous videos, you should have a big white page in front of you ready to accept your code. Just before we write any code, we're going to make sure that we're editing the right file. So in your text editor, just go to File and then Save As. And I'm just going to expand everything here by clicking the down arrow. You probably won't need to do that. And I'd recommend working on your desktop. This is where we're going to be storing all your files. So if you want to put them in your documents or somewhere else, then feel free. But if you're not sure, then just put them right here on the desktop. Now I'm going to create a new folder for them to be nice and organized. And I'm going to call it Complete Web Developer Course. Create, and then I'm going to create another folder within that called Chapter 1 and then HTML. Notice I'm using no spaces and all small letters here, as is normal in web addresses and file names that are going to go onto the internet. So I'd recommend you do the same there. And then we'll change the title of our document to Hello World.html. The .html extension tells us it's a web page. We're going to be looking at that in a little more detail in the next video, but for now, just leave it as hello world.html and save. And now, just to check where that file is, we can move our text editor and our browser out the way, and there it is. There's my lovely Complete Web Developer Course folder on my desktop, and if I double click on there, I can see the one HTML folder and then the hello world.html file in there. So let's add a quick bit of content to our hello world file, and it's going to be a very simple hello world. This is the standard first thing to write whenever you're learning to program, so I'd recommend doing that, but if you want to change it to anything else, then that's fine. And then we're going to use Command or Control S to save, or you can go to File Save if you prefer. And now, finally, we get to go to our hello world.html, and I'm going to control click or right click on Windows, open with, and then Google Chrome. And that will then open our helloworld.html file in our browser, and there it is. Wonderful. Congratulations. Might not look like much, but that's your first ever web page, which is quite an achievement, I think. Now we're just going to set ourselves up for the rest of the course, in which we're going to be using a split screen setup. So you just need to resize your windows so that we've got the browser on the left and the code editor on the right. You can do this automatically, I think, but I quite like doing it manually to make sure everything is set up exactly as I want it. And then the great thing about having two programs like this side by side is that we can change our text editor and change our code to something like Hello Rob. We can use Command or Control S to save that, and then we can just reload this page by clicking the arrow there, or Command R on Mac, or F5 on a PC, and then it updates straight away. So this is how we're going to be working with code pretty much for the rest of the course. We're going to be coding something over here on the right, and we're then going to see the results straight away on the left, which is a really exciting and dynamic way of coding. So congratulations on making your very first web page. In the next video, we'll be finding out what exactly this HTML that I've been talking about is and how we can start writing some. So what is this HTML that I've been talking about so much? Well, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. And essentially, it's the language of the web. It's the language that every web page is written in. If you want to learn more about it, just Google what is HTML, and there's some great explanations there that have a bit more detail. But for now, I'm going to show you some HTML, and that's what we're going to be working with. So we're going to go to a very nice website called example.com, which is very much what it says on the tin. It's an example website. It's a nice, easy way to get used to what HTML is and how it works. So this is what example.com looks like. What we want to do is to look at the HTML that creates this page. And we can do that very easily in Chrome by control clicking or right clicking on the page and clicking View Page Source. You can do it in most other browsers as well, but this is it. So this is the page source, or the HTML that creates this page. So let's have a little look and see what's going on here. First off, you'll notice that quite a few things have these angled brackets around them. These are called tags, and they are special keywords that tell the browser something about the code that's being written. So here you can see at the very top we've got a doc type, which just tells the browser the document type that we're working with here, which is, of course, HTML. Then we've got a second tag, which says HTML, and that's where the HTML begins. Now, if I jump right to the end of the document down here, you can see we've got the same thing, but with a slash before it here. And so that means that is where the HTML ends. So the tag at the top here is known as the opening tag, because it's where the HTML begins. And then the tag at the end is the ending tag or closing tag, because it's where the HTML ends. Then moving down, we've got the head or header of the document. So this part is where information about the document, such as its title and some other special information, is stored. We'll look at that in a little bit more detail in a minute, but just notice we've got a closing tag there with head in it. So that's where the head ends. So this bit here is the head of the page. I'm going to ignore the contents of the head for the moment because they're a little bit more complicated and just go straight to the body. So after the head comes the body, and there's the closing tag for the body. So this is the body part of the page, which, as you might guess, contains the main content of the page. Then after the body, we have a div tag. Div here is short for division or section of a website. So we might divide the different sections up into different divisions, and we do that using div tags. So from the div starting tag to the div ending tag is the div section. Now we're almost at the first bit of content here, But just before that, we've got another tag, which is h1, and that's known as a header tag, and it's header 1. So this is the main header for the page. And there you can see its closing tag. So this is the h1 part of the domain. And essentially what that does is it takes the text example domain and makes it nice and big and bold. So the browser knows to make example domain big and bold because it's inside these h1 tags here. Next, we've got P, which is short for paragraph. So this is a paragraph tag, and this section here is therefore a paragraph, and paragraph just means normal text really. So as you can see, this text here is just displayed normally. It's not particularly big and bold. And then underneath that, we've got a second paragraph section, which has inside it a link. We're going to be talking more about links later on, so I won't go into exactly how this works, but as you might guess, this link, if you click on it, will lead to this page here. So iana.org/domains/example. Not sure if I pronounced that right, but hopefully you get the idea. So that's the actual content of the page, which is contained within the body tags there. And that's why it ends up looking like that. But there's a little bit more style that we haven't looked at yet. We've got this grey background, and we've got this curvy white box here as well. So where is that encoded in the HTML? Well, this is where we need to look in the head section. So now let's have a quick look and see if we can get to grips with this. So first off, we've got a title, which is example domain. And the title is what appears in the browser tab up here. You can't actually see it anywhere in the page itself, but it's what appears in that tab up there. Then we have a char set or character set. UTF-8 is the standard character set. If you want to check out exactly what UTF-8 is, feel free to have a quick Google. But for now, we just need to know that our standard character set that we're going to be using is UTF-8. Then we have a second meta tag, which is content type. So this tells the browser again what the type of content is that we have here, and it's just text HTML and UTF-8. It just reinforces what we've seen up here. Then we have a viewport meta tag, which defines the width of our page, which is just set to the device width, and the initial scale is 1, which makes sense. We don't particularly want to zoom in or zoom out when we load the page. And then finally, we've got this style section. So this is CSS, or cascading style sheets, which we'll be looking at in much more detail in the next section. But for now, we can just have a look at some of it and see what it might be doing. So first of all, we've got body here, which matches our body tag down there. And we've got a background color and then a special code. And this code actually matches the gray of this background color. So if you had a different code here, you'd have a different background color. Then we've got a margin and padding settings, and we've got a font settings as well. So there's a number of different fonts that might be used on this page. And then we've got some styling instructions for the div tag, which you'll remember is that section there. So it's got a width in a certain number of pixels, a margin, some padding, a background color, and a border radius. So that's what sets up this white box to be the width that it is and to have those nice curvy borders there. And finally, we've got our link color, which just sets the color of the link to this blue here. And the text decoration none tells it not to be underlined, because normally links are underlined, but on this website, they are not. And this last bit here, I won't go into much detail, but really it's just some special stylings that only happen if the width is less than 700 pixels, i.e. probably you're looking at it on a phone. So that's it. We'll be looking at this in much more detail in the next video, but all you need to remember at this stage is that we have tags in HTML which open and close, and there are certain special tags that divide up the sections of our code. So the header, and then the body, and then within those sections we have more tags that allow us to adjust the style and the content of the page that we're creating. Got that? I hope so. In the next video then, we'll go back to your text editor and we'll start creating a website for ourselves. All right, so now we've seen the basic structure of a website, we're going to create one for ourselves. So let's close down these examples and go back over to our hello world. Now we don't want to call this hello world anymore because we want to create a new file. So I'm going to use file and then save as. And I'm going to call it my web page. You can call it whatever you like, but I'm going to go for something nice and straightforward like that. Now, very quick challenge for you. Can you make my web page appear in your browser? Go for it. I hope you managed that. All you needed to do was go back to your desktop, open up the Complete Web Developer course, go to Chapter 1 HTML, and then double click on my web page. And there it is. Of course, the actual content is the same as what we had before, but we'll change that very soon. So let's close that down. And we'll close the Hello World tab as well, because we don't need that anymore. So just to be absolutely sure that we're editing the right file here, let's get rid of Hello Rob, and then change the text to just hi. And then second mini challenge, can you make the word hi and the exclamation mark appear on your browser? I hope you managed that. You just need to save in brackets or your text editor and then refresh this page here. So I used Command or Control S to save, and then either click the arrow or Command R on a Mac or F5 on a PC. Right, so now we know that we're working with our right document. Let's create an HTML file that looks roughly like the example that we had on example.com. Now I'm actually going to start with our HTML tag. So notice that my text editor here nicely predicts what I want to say, which is really, really handy. So I'm going to select HTML there and then end the tag. And what the text editor also does is creates an end tag for me, because it knows that whenever I need a starting tag, I also need an ending tag. So that's fantastic. I'll just put a few enters in between those two to give me a nice gap to work with. Great. Notice I haven't put the doc type at the top there like we had on example.com. It's not strictly necessary, but feel free to add it in if you want to. It definitely won't do any harm. Now, can you remember the next section that comes in a HTML document? It is, of course, the head. Now notice that I've indented the head there. I've done that by pressing the tab button, and that just allows everything to look a little bit nicer, and you can then see very quickly that anything that's been indented here is inside the head section. Doesn't look great now maybe, but when we add a fair bit of code, it will become clear that indenting makes your code look a lot prettier and much, much easier to read. Then do you remember the next section that we had? After the head comes the body. So let's enter our body tag, and then we get our closing body tag created automatically for us. And now we've got the basic structure of our web page. So we've got HTML and then closing HTML, head, closing head, and body, closing body. Fantastic. What do you think that'll look like if we try and actually see it? I've saved it here, and now I'm going to refresh. It's actually completely empty because we don't have any content here. So, very quick challenge. Can you add some content which will then appear on this page? Go for it. I hope you added the content inside the body section. So I'm going to indent my text again using tab, and then I'm going to save that and refresh there. My first web page. Fantastic. Notice that I haven't used paragraph tags there. If you did use paragraph tags, then well done, but they're not, again, strictly necessary. It will work without them, but we'll definitely use them once we're comfortable with them later on. And then my final mini challenge for you is to add a title to the page. Can you remember from the last video how we do that? I hope you got it. It's inside the head section, and we just use the tag title like that, and then we can have whatever title we want. I'll just call it my web page. There we go, and then we'll save that and refresh, and you can see the content hasn't actually changed at all, but up here in the tab we can now see my web page. And that's as far as we're going to go for now, other than a little bit of tidying up, just so we're not arbitrarily putting in spaces. And there we go. Notice I haven't got the extra meta tags there. You're very welcome to put them in, but I'm going to keep things simple. They're not absolutely necessary, and at this point they don't really add anything to our web page, so I'm just going to keep what we absolutely need and nothing else. So there we go. Your first complete web page. Congratulations. In the next video, we'll see how we can add a little bit of styling to our page by using something that we saw in example.com, the header tag. So now we have our first web page up and running, we're going to look at some specific HTML tags that we can use to make our websites look like something other than just plain text. And in this video, we'll be looking at header tags. So I'm going to get rid of the text there, my first web page, and I'm going to do my first header tag. Now, do you remember how we do that from the example.com that we looked at a couple of videos ago? If so, then try putting in a header tag. Go for it. I hope you managed it. If not, don't worry. We open a tag in the normal way with our angled brackets, and then our first header tag we're going to use is H1. And then my text editor gives me the closing tag as well, which is very handy. If yours doesn't, then just write it out manually. It's not a problem. And I'm going to type, this is a big header. Then let's have a look. So we'll save that and take a look. There we go. So you can see this is what an H1 tag looks like with no custom styling. It's a nice big bold header. And that's about it. That's all we can do with an H1 tag. With an H2 tag, as you might guess, it's quite a big header. Not quite as big as H1, but let's have a look. There we go. So it's bigger than normal text and bold, but smaller than an H1. So you can probably see where this is going. We can have an H3. And it's getting smaller and smaller as we go on. And I'm actually just going to copy and paste so you don't have to see me type out each one. So that's going to be an H4. Let's have a quick look at that. So obviously we're getting smaller and smaller every time, and we can keep going. So H5, smaller again. We're actually getting smaller than normal text here. And we can keep going. We can have an H6 header as well. I must say at this point, they're very rarely used, the H6 header. I don't think I've ever gone beyond an H4 in any of the websites that I've used. So it's very unlikely you'll use an H6. But just to point out, if we try and use an H7 header, we get back to normal text. So this is actually not an H7 header because H7 doesn't exist. So we can't use an H7 header. If we try to do it, it'll just give us normal text as if it hasn't recognized the tag. So headers go all the way from H1 to H6, but to be honest, you'll probably only use H1, H2, and maybe H3 in your documents, and occasionally possibly H4. But as I say, I've never used an H5 or an H6. But header tags are very useful and are also good for getting your site listed in Google if you put your important keywords, that is, the words that you want your site to appear for in Google, in an H1 tag, then they're much more likely to appear higher up the Google search results than if you just put them in normal text. So I definitely recommend using H1 tags on all your pages, and probably H2 tags as well if you've got some slightly smaller headings that you want to use. Alright, so now you're an expert in header tags. In the next video, we're going to look at paragraph tags, which was the other formatting tag that we saw in the example.com website. Right, so we're now moving on from header tags to look at paragraph tags. Now, you might be wondering why we need paragraph tags. If we look at some standard text, just like that, you can see it looks pretty normal. And then if we put paragraph tags around it, which you might remember are just a P for paragraph, and then I'm going to manually put in the /P to end the paragraph tag. If we then have a look at that, it doesn't actually look any different. The paragraph tag doesn't restyle the text at all. So what's the point? Well, let's go back to how here is some text. And now, what if we want to put some text on the next line down? Well, you would have thought we could just do that and put it on the next line down in our text document. Let's have a look. No. So line breaks, as they are known, new lines in our text, don't actually become new lines on the website itself. So we have to manually put new lines in. And there are two ways to do that, and I'll show you both of them now. The first one is to surround both of our lines of text with paragraph tags, like that. So there's our first paragraph, and there's our second paragraph. So if we now save that and refresh, then they are on separate lines. So that's one use of the paragraph tag, to give us a new line. It also makes our code look better because we can see very clearly that we expect these to be separate paragraphs. And we might want to apply different formatting to each paragraph, as we'll see how to do in the next video. There is another way to put text on a new line though, and I'll show you that now. So if we have a third paragraph, let's have some text with a line break. Just like that. And if we want to put a line break in the middle, we use the tag BR, like that, which is short for break or line break. And let's just have a look and see what that looks like. You can see we've now got a line break where the BR tag is, but it's slightly different to the new paragraph. So it's not a full new paragraph because we don't have the gap in between, but we do have the text on a new line. So they do slightly different things, the paragraph tag and the BR tag. And you could imagine in different situations you might want new paragraphs or just a line break like that. One thing to notice about the BR tag, it's the first tag that we've met that doesn't have a closing tag associated with it. And there are going to be a few more that we'll see along our journey. So BR is what's known as a self-closing tag because it's just a line break, it doesn't surround anything. You may also see BR with a slash in it like that. And this is when you're using XHTML, which you don't really need to worry about at this point, but you can look up if you want to know more about it. It's essentially a very precise version of HTML that you might want to use in some circumstances, and that would have a slash right there in the tag itself. But with HTML and HTML5, you don't need to use that. So you should just use BR like we've got there. So that's how you use paragraph tags and line breaks. Now you're really getting up to speed with HTML. In the next video, we'll see how to customize our text to change its look and style within a paragraph. See you there. Right, so now you're familiar with paragraph tags and line breaks, we're going to see if we can customize the look of our text a little bit more. As you might have guessed, we're going to use a range of tags to do that. So first off, we're going to look at how to make some text bold. And there are two ways that we can do that. The first that I'll show you is the B tag, which as you might imagine is short for bold. So if we just pop B and then /B around a certain letter or string of letters, then if we have a look at that, that will come out bold. Fantastic, simple as that. The B tag is perfectly valid HTML, but generally it's encouraged to use the strong tag instead, which does exactly the same thing, but is a little bit easier to read. So strong just makes it clear in your HTML that you want this to be displayed strongly and clearly and boldly. So you're welcome to use B or strong, and you will see both of those when you're looking at the code of other sites. I'd recommend using strong if you've got the choice. Next, we'll look at italic text. And similarly, we've got two tags that we can use. The first one, just like the bold tag, is I. So there is some italic text. Let's have a look. There it is. So nice and italic. And the second one, so instead of strong, we've got EM, which is short for emphasis. There we go. And again, it looks exactly the same, but it's generally considered better form to use EM, which is slightly clearer than I in terms of its meaning. But you will see both when you're looking at the code of existing websites, and you can use either in HTML5. Next, we'll look at underlining some text. So we'll get rid of our line break, and we'll look at some underlined text. As you might guess, we can use the U tag to underline text. Let's have a little look at that. So we've got underlined text like that. Now the U tag has an interesting history and was actually removed from HTML in version 4.01, but then brought back in version 5. So you can use it. It is valid HTML, but it's generally preferred that we use ints, which is short for inserted, to imply that our underlined text has been inserted into our paragraph. Now, once again, you can use U and you'll see it everywhere, but ints is inserted, and that's what's generally preferred. Okay, just a couple more. We'll have some superscript. So just the same. So superscript means high up in the air, and we use the sup, short obviously for superscript, tag to do that. Okay, quick challenge for you. Can you work out how to do some subscript text? Go for it. I hope you managed to guess that one. It's just exactly the same, but sub instead of sup. So subscript is slightly below the line, and there it is. All right, the last one I'm going to show you is some struck out text, and we're going to do that using the del tag, short for deleted. There we go. So now we have some crossed out text there. This used to be strike in HTML4, but that has actually been deprecated in HTML5, and we now use the del tag. But you may see strike used in websites that you're looking at. Last, I'm going to show you a completely separate tag, which I'm quite keen on, which is the horizontal rule. So again, it's a self-closing tag. It doesn't have a closing element, but it just draws a nice horizontal line. So it's good for adding sections to a page. If we put it in here, for example, we might want to separate the first three from the last three, and that's a very nice way to do it. So again, self-closing in HTML5, you don't need the closing element. If for some reason you're doing XHTML, then you would put the closing bit in like that, and you might well see it like that in some websites, but for HTML5, you should just have the HR. If you want to find a few more different stylings that you can do with HTML, then just go to Google, and very quickly you can get this with HTML formatting, and just click on the top result, which will take you to a website called W3 Schools, which has got a lot of information on basic HTML tags. And down here they've got a bunch of formatting elements, so we've seen quite a few of those, but there's a few even that we haven't seen further down. So we've got small, marked, which is highlighted there, inserted, which we saw, and subscript and superscript, etc. So if you want to look more into HTML formatting, you can. But we're actually going to move on and look at lists in HTML. All right, we're steaming through our HTML tags now, and we're going to move away from paragraph tags and look at lists in the next couple of videos. In this video, we'll look at unordered lists. So basically, a bullet point list is what we're trying to create here. And an unordered list we create with the UL tag. So the UL tag creates an unordered list, and then within our unordered list, I'm going to use tab to get it indented again, we have a list item. So I'm going to make a list of my family members. I'll start with me. So That's it. I've got an unordered list at the beginning. I'm closing the unordered list. And then when I want to add a new list item, I just do the same thing. And then we'll add Kirsten in. And then we want another list item. So we'll add Tommy. And finally, Ralphie. There we go. So let's have a look, see what that looks like. Beautiful. So we've got Rob, Kirsten, Tommy, and Ralphie. So that's how you create an unordered list in HTML. Let's have a very quick challenge for you. Can you apply different formatting to each of the 4 elements in your list? You can choose any bit of formatting that you like, but different formatting, bold, italic, etc., to each element in your list. Go for it. All right. Hope you managed it. I'll do it something like this. So Rob can be strong. Kirsten can be emphasized. Tommy, very unfortunately, will be deleted. And Ralphie can be inserted. There we go. Let's have a look. There we go. So we can apply this formatting to anything. It doesn't have to be in a paragraph tag as we did in the previous video. Text can be anywhere on our page. Wonderful. So simple as that. That's how we create an unordered list. In the next video, we'll see how to do very similarly an ordered list. So now we've seen how to create unordered lists using UL to create the list and then LI to create individual list items. Can you guess how we might create an ordered list? Have a go. I hope you guessed right. All we do is change UL to OL for ordered list, and the same in the closing tag there. And then if we take a look at that, it's exactly the same, except we've got numbers instead of bullet points, so it's ordered. And we can have a little bit of fun with ordered lists, and we can mess things around a little bit. So say, for example, for some reason I wanted to start my list at the number 10 rather than the number 1. I can use an extra attribute, as it's known, in my OL tag to set the start value. So I just use start and then equals, and then usually in quotes we'll put the number that we want to start at. So if I want to start at 10, for example, I just put start equals 10. And a bit like the U tag for underline, start was actually deprecated in HTML 4.01, but it's back in HTML5, and it's supported by every major browser out there, so you can use it quite safely. We can also do a couple of other fun things. We can use reversed in there, and that will do what you might guess, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that does everything in the opposite order. And finally, we can specify the type of ordered list that we want. And there's a few type options. And you can see my text editor here is very nicely giving me the options. So I can use, instead of 1, 2, 3, which is what I've got at the moment, I could use type is equal to A. And that will then, if I save it, give me A, B, C, D. Let's look at the other type options. So we've got capital I there, which gives me capital Roman numerals. There's small I as well, which gives us small Roman numerals. And finally, we've got small a, which gives us A, B, C, D. So a lot of people don't actually know that you can change the type of an ordered list, but you can very easily. All right, that's all you need to know about lists for now. In the next video, we'll go on and see how we add images to our web pages. So now we're going to move on from lists and look at how we can include images into our web page. Of course, before we can include an image, we'll need to get one that we want to include in our page. Now you can use any image you've got on your computer, but I'm going to show you how to do it with an image that we find online. So I'm just going to go to Wikipedia and search for my favorite cartoon character, Homer Simpson, and there he is. So I'm going to get this image and put it into our web page. So I'm going to do that by control clicking or right clicking on the image and then save image as. And that will save the image onto my computer. I'm going to save it in the same folder as my webpage.html file. And I'm just going to change it to Homer to keep it simple, much easier to access then. There we go. So that saved the homer.png image. PNG is a file type for an image. If you have a different image, you might have JPEG or GIF instead. It doesn't matter, they all work the same way, but it is important that you know what the whole file name for your image is. All right, now we can go back to our web page and let's see how we add an image. It's actually pretty straightforward. So we'll get rid of our code for the ordered list. And then to add an image, we use the img tag. And this is a self-closing tag. So again, we just close it there. There's not going to be a closing of the image tag, but we do need to specify an attribute for this tag, and that is the src or source. So this tells us, or tells the browser, where the image is and what it's called. So we're going to call it homer.png. You can see that the text editor I'm using here actually predicts that for us because it's looking for file names in the same directory as the web page, which is really handy. But if yours doesn't, don't worry, just type out the file name and then save that and then refresh, and there we go. So now we've got an image right there in our web page. And we can, of course, add whatever other content we want to this. So we might want to put a little label underneath just to say that this is Homer Simpson, and that will then align itself underneath the image. So there's lots of ways that you can customize images. I'm just going to show you a few here. So first off, what we might want to do is change the size of the image. And we might do that using width equals, and let's say we want to set the width to 100 pixels. Let's have a look and see what effect that has. So you can see 100 pixels is quite a bit smaller than it is by default, but it nicely scales the image as well. If you didn't want the image to be scaled, you might want for it to be a square image for some reason. So you could then specify the height as being 100 as well, and then that would squish the image up. You can also change the alignment of the image. So if you want it to align left, for example, you can just add align equals left, and then it will align to the left of any text that comes after it. Similarly, you can align it to the right, and then the image will be aligned to the right of the page. The last thing I'd like to show you is that you can actually link to an image directly on the internet. So let's go back to Wikipedia, and let's say instead of Homer we wanted a picture of Marge Simpson, and this time instead of saving the image as, we're going to copy the image address, which copies the URL or web address for the image, which I've just pasted in there. So it starts HTTPS and then has a load of extra stuff and ends up with margesimpson.png. So I can actually paste that directly into my source or src attribute for the image tag, and then that will load it directly into the page. There we go. So that saves us having to download it and allows us to link to it directly on the Wikimedia servers. A word of warning though, obviously if you don't have control over the image, they might change the location of it or block you from downloading it for some reason. It wouldn't be a good idea to do this on a production site. And also, this is known as hot linking when you link to an image on someone else's site, and quite often they don't like that, especially if your site is very busy and they start to get lots of server traffic because you're taking the image from their site. So generally, any images on your site, I'd recommend downloading and putting on your servers and accessing from there rather than doing this hot linking. Here we go. So I'll just change that to Marge, and I think I preferred the alignment being on the left, so we'll leave that as it is there. Nice. So we're now going to move on from images and see how we can start to build in a little bit of interaction with our web pages by using forms. All right, so we're now going to say goodbye to Marge and get rid of our image. And we're going to look at how we can add forms to our web pages. Forms allow your pages to be interactive and the users to enter data, tick boxes, and click buttons. So they're really powerful and really easy to use. Let's see how we get started. As you might guess, there's a tag called form. And that's what we're going to use to create our forms. And then anything inside a form will be then part of that form. So a very basic element to have in your form is an input element. Now this is one of those self-closing tags again, so we don't need a closing tag, but let's just have a look what input on its own looks like. It's very simple, it's just a box. So it's a box and then you can start typing some text in there if you want to. So you might have something like username and then a colon and then your input, and it looks like that. Now the input tag here has several attributes that we can use, and the first one we'll look at is type. So we can have different types of input, and you can see quite a few of them being predicted for me there. So the first one I'll just show you is not test but text. So this is exactly what we've got here. So this is the default type, but really if you're going to use an input you should use a type regardless of whether you're using the basic type or not, just so that it's clear in your code that you want this to be a text input. But let's have a look then at some of the other types of input that we can use. In fact, we'll put that in a paragraph so that they'll all be on different lines. So let's create another input with a type of, and we'll first look at checkbox. And let's see then what that looks like. It's what you might guess, a simple tick box. So quite often you might see that next to, for example, if you're in a login form, there's often an option to stay logged in. And then you can decide with your checkbox whether or not you want to stay logged in. Another type of input is the radio input, which is not necessarily so obvious as to what it is. But let's take a look. You will definitely have seen them while going around the web. So it's very similar to a checkbox, but the difference is with each set of radio buttons, you can only select one of them. So for example, you might want to have one that says under 18, and then another that says over 18. Like that. Of course, you could have a whole string of different sets of ages, and they would only be able to check one of those. Now, if you try that, however, at the moment we can select both. And that's because we haven't linked these up in any way. Our code doesn't know that these are part of the same set of radio buttons. And we can link them up by giving them a name. So we might say age. So now that they both have the same name, if we now see how it works, if we click one and then select the other, you can see we can only select one of them. And again, if we had a whole string of these, we would only be able to select one of them if they all had the name age. And in fact, later on when we do more work with forms, we'll see that pretty much every form element should have a name so that you can refer to it and do something with it when the user submits the form. But to do that, you need a little bit more coding knowledge than we have at the moment, so we'll get there when we come to it. The next element we'll look at is the drop-down, and this actually works differently. It's not an input, it's a select. So let's see how this works. You can see we've got a select tag there, and then inside the tag we have our options. So let's say, for example, that we want to get the favorite food of our user. And yes, I am spelling that with a U. And let's just get our tabs looking nice. This is our first long bit of code, so it starts becoming more important that we set up our tabs nicely. You can see that that's nice and clear now that everything here is inside these paragraph tags, and then these option tags are inside the select tags as well. So let's pop a few foods in there. Pizza. We'll have ice cream. And sandwiches. That should do. So let's see what that looks like. So you can see we've got a nice drop down there, and the user can select whichever one they want. Fantastic. The last one I'm going to show you is the submit button. So most forms are going to need this for the user to tell you that they finished. So that's just another input type. And all we need to do is have a type of submit. Just like that. And then let's have a look. And then we've got a nice submit button at the bottom there. So this is a really nice basic form that uses several different elements. We've got a text input, we've got a checkbox, we've got a pair of radio buttons, we've got a select or drop down, and then we've got a submit button at the bottom. There are, of course, some other form elements, but these are the basic ones that you'll be using over and over again. Before we move on, I'm just going to show you a little bit how to customize some of these. So, for example, we might not want the submit button to have the word submit on it. We might want it to have a different value or text. And we do that using value. So the value attribute. So we might want to have click me. Something like that. And that then changes the text on the button. The value attribute can actually be used in most of these as well. So, for example, we might want to set a default username for some reason. If we wanted to do that, we just put it in as a value attribute on the username input like that, and then it would appear there and the user can get rid of it if they want to. Similarly, we could add a value attribute to the radio buttons so that code will know which one they've checked. So we might have something like value equals under 18 and value equals over 18. And then later on, when we wrote some code to process that, we'd know which one had been selected by the user. Now, setting the value of username to your username isn't particularly useful because most people are then going to have to click there, select it, delete it, and then enter their username. So that's not a great way of guiding your users to do something. But if you do want to give the users a hint as to what to type in the box, you can use the placeholder attribute. Let's just have a look and see what that does. So it still puts your username in there, but you can see it's a bit faded. And then when you click in the box, and you can just start typing Rob, and that disappears straight away. So if you want to give the user a bit of guidance as to what to put in the box, then the placeholder attribute is a great way to do that. All right, two more things. First off, we might want to have this checkbox selected by default. And we can do that really easily by putting the word checked into the checkbox input as an attribute. It doesn't actually have a value, it just says checked. And then if we have a look, you can see it's checked by default. And finally, we can change which one of the three options appears as the default. So you can see pizza appears because it's at the top there. But if I want ice cream to appear as the default when the user loads the page, I just put an option of selected in there. And let's now have a look. You can see ice cream appears as the default one. And that's it. So for now, obviously your form doesn't do anything. When you click the form, you can see the page is reloaded, but we haven't written any code to actually process the form in any way. And we'll do that later on in the course. But you've learned about several different HTML elements and put them all together to make your first form. Congratulations. We're going to move on now to look at tables in HTML. Okay, now we're forms experts. We're going to get rid of our form here and start looking at tables in HTML. Tables are really useful ways of setting out data or any kind of information to the user in a sort of Excel spreadsheet-like manner. Let's take a look and see how we do it. As you might be able to guess, we use the table tag to start off our table. And then within the table, we have a table row. So tr. And then within the table row, we have individual table cells. And for those, we use td, which is short for table data. So if, for example, I wanted to put my family's favorite colors here, I might have Rob and then another item of data or cell and then green. And that would then fill the first table row. Let's just have a quick look and see. At the moment, that just looks like Rob and green. Nothing particularly special there. But then we can add another table row in the same way. And then we could have Kirsten and her favorite color, orange. Very cheerful. So now you can see it spreads out everything nicely, so everything's well aligned within the table. So now I'm just going to copy and paste these so you don't have to watch me typing them again, but we'll have Tommy. His favorite color is somewhat in transition, but at the moment it's still pink. And then Ralphie, who doesn't really know what his favorite color is, but he's been assigned blue. So there we go. That's what our table looks like. It's not much to look at, but in the next section we'll see how we can change the style with CSS and get some really pretty, well spaced out tables. I'll just show you a couple of other things that we can do with tables. The first is we can have a table head section. And then in our table head, we might have a table row again. And then here, instead of having a standard bit of table data, we have a table heading section. So we might have name for the first column, for example, and then favorite color, 2 U's in there, fantastic. And then let's check that out. And you can see that we've got a slightly different styling on the table head cells there. So they're bold and they're centered as well. And we could obviously change that styling if we wanted to. If we didn't like that favorite color goes on for a bit too long, we could add a line break in there. And then it would again align everything nicely horizontally and vertically for us. Finally then, if we're going to have a table head, we should really separate the second part into a table body. Now this doesn't actually change anything in terms of the look, but it makes our code nice and clear as to which bit of the table is which. Now you can see I was individually indenting all of those. With most text editors, you can actually indent a whole chunk of code just by selecting it all and then pressing tab. And that then indents everything really nicely. Excellent. So you're now pretty familiar with HTML tables. In the next video, we'll look at one of the original innovations that led to the web, really the thing that holds it all together, and that is links. Alright, so let's get rid of our lovely table code there and see how we can link from one page to another. You've all spent plenty of time clicking on links, I'm sure, and they're actually really easy to introduce into your pages. So let's put our link inside a paragraph tag. And the tag that we use for links is the A tag. I believe that stands for anchor. We'll see specifically what an anchor link is in a few minutes' time. But first I want to show you how we can link to, for example, the Google homepage. So the A tag generally just has the one attribute, and that's href. So that's short for hyperlink reference. And that is the URL that we want to link to. So the full URL of Google is http://www.google.com. There we go. And then inside the A tag, you put whatever text you want to use for the link. So click here to go to google.com or something like that. So if we click there to go to google.com and then we click there, that takes us to the Google homepage. Simple. Now you can actually put anything you like in this A tag here. So here's a quick challenge for you. Can you put an image inside a link and then make it so that when you click on the image, it goes to a website of your choice, say Wikipedia. And you can use the same image that we used a couple of videos ago if you like. Go for it. All right, I hope you managed that. The way we do it is we set up the link in exactly the same way. So we're going to Wikipedia this time. So we just put wikipedia.com. And then inside the tag for link, we put our image tag. So if you remember, that's img, and then source, src, equals, and then my one was homer.png. There we go. Simple as that. So let's have a look. So we've now got our first link is still there, and there's our lovely Homer image. If we then click on that, it takes us to wikipedia.org. Let's just update that. You can see it redirected nicely, but always good to get the link right in the first place. All right, so that's how we do links to pages on other websites. We can also do links within our website, and they work slightly differently. These are known as absolute links, because no matter where you are on the web, any link that goes to http://www.google.com will go to the same place. But there are things called relative links, which we'll see now, and they can be a little bit easier if you're linking within your website. So they work in exactly the same way, but this time I'm going to link to helloworld.html, which was our first page that we came up with. And you can see this time I don't need to put http I just put helloworld.html because Hello World is in the same folder and location as the page that we're in at the moment. So if we have a quick look in the Finder, you can see Hello World is there and my web page is there. So if they're in the same place, you can just put a link to them without having to put all the other stuff. Right. And that's really useful because you might move your site to a different domain name for some reason, or you might restructure your site so that things are in a slightly different place to where they were before. And if you do that using relative links, it should not break anything. So I'd recommend using relative links on your own site and then absolute links if you're linking to someone else's site. So let's just check this one out. There we go. Hello World. And then you can see it links nicely to what I changed to Hello Rob earlier. All right. The last thing I want to show you about links, what I mentioned at the beginning, so anchor links, so linking within a page. Now, to make that clear, I'm going to bring in several homers to give my page a lot of content. So let's just have a look. There we go. We can scroll up and down all those homers now. And one thing that's very useful when you've got a nice long page like this is a link at the bottom that says back to top. You've probably seen those on a few sites, and they're really easy to create with HTML. And we do this using what's known as an ID. So I'm going to take my paragraph tag, which begins the page, and I'm going to give it an ID. And for now, we'll just give it an ID of top, like that. Now, IDs we're actually going to be using a lot. First in CSS for styling, and then in JavaScript to start getting bits of your web page interacting with each other. But for now, we'll just use them for this anchor effect. So now that we've got a paragraph tag with an ID, we can add a link at the end of our page, and we use the hash symbol, which on a Mac is Alt-3. It'll be somewhere else on a PC keyboard, probably depending where you are in the world. And then after the hash symbol, we just use whatever word we use to describe our ID. So in this case, top. There we go. And then we just put in the text that we want to use for that link. And let's take a look. So now we scroll down and back to top, and that takes us right to the top of the page. Let's say, for example, that we wanted to jump to the third Homer. So 1, 2, 3. Can you add in a link just underneath back to top to jump to the third Homer on the page? Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. It's obviously pretty similar to our back to top. We just add in an href again with a hash symbol, and then I'll call it third Homer, like that, and then whatever text you want. So go to third Homer, and then 1, 2, 3. The third Homer is here. So let's give that paragraph tag an ID of third Homer. There we go. Let's have a look. So go to third Homer, then jumps not to the top, but to our third Homer. Fantastic. So we've got 3 types of links there. We've got the absolute links, which take you to a specific page on the web. We've got the relative links, which take you to a page on your website. And then we've got these anchor links, which take you to a different portion of the page that you're currently on. Brilliant. So we're almost at the end of this first HTML section. I've got a big challenge coming up for you. For now, there's one more thing I want to show you, and that is HTML entities. And we'll look at that in the next video. All right, so moving on from links, we're going to look at HTML entities. So what are HTML entities? Well, really, they're a way of displaying symbols on your page. So let's say, for example, that we were writing a website teaching people how to code, to show them how to put a link into their web pages. Well, then we'd need to be able to show them the A tag. So something like that to start off with. But of course, if we try and display that on our page, nothing appears. And in fact, even if we just have an A tag on its own, like that, the browser won't display it because it thinks it's a bit of a link. So to get around that problem, and indeed to display any character we want, we use HTML entities. Now, it requires knowing the specific code for the character that you want to display. I wouldn't recommend learning these. I'd recommend just remembering that you can Google HTML entities, and then you've got a big list of all the ones that you want. So I'm going to go for the top result here, W3 schools, as we saw before, because it lists some of the most common ones. So you can see first off how we get these entities. So they all have an and symbol at the beginning, and then either a name or a number. And you can use either. I generally go for the name because it's a little bit easier to work out what it is rather than remembering what all the entity numbers are. So if we wanted to display this, then we want a less than sign first off, which is and then less than, and then a semicolon there. So I would just replace that with the and symbol, so Shift 7 on most keyboards, I think, and then you can see very helpfully my text editor actually predicts them for me, so I could get them there. If yours doesn't, that's fine, we can just type them in. So less than, LT, and then a colon there. So very quick challenge, can you replace this symbol, the greater than symbol, with the appropriate entity name? Hope you managed it. It's simply and then greater than, and then colon. You can see it goes orange here because it recognizes that that's an HTML entity. Let's have a look then. Finally, we've got what we wanted, which was this A tag there. And then of course we could add the href equals http google.com, something like that, if we wanted to, and then that would all appear very nicely. But HTML entities are not just for coding symbols. We can use them to put copyright symbols in our web pages, currency symbols, and a bunch more as well. If we want to see all of the different entities that we can use, that second link there has them all, and there are many different entities that we might want to use. Alright, so now you know how to add characters and other symbols to your web pages. In the next video, we'll look at something really powerful, and that's including content from other websites in your web page. And you can actually do that really easily using iframes. Okay, so we're nearly at the end of the HTML section where we're going to be doing our big HTML project. But before we do that, there's one thing I want to show you. That is including content from other sites in yours using iframes. And it's actually really easy. So first off, let's say, for example, we wanted to include the Google homepage for some reason in our web page. All we do is create an iframe, and then we set the src, so just the same as with an image, to whatever we want to use. And this time I'll use everyone's favorite web hosting site, ecowebhosting.co.uk. I'm actually using that because Google blocks iframe usage. If you try and put Google in there, it won't work. But if we do it with ecowebhosting, it should work fine. And there we go. You can see we've got the page in there. It's obviously in a small box at the moment, but we could change the size of that with CSS later on. And you can interact with that website just in the normal way, just clicking on links, etc. All right, so that's a basic iframe. We can also, if we want, put content from our own website in there. So you'll remember this is an absolute link because it's got the HTTP at the front, but we could add a relative link as well. So if we go back to our helloworld.html, then you can see we get the content from that page as well. So this might not look like something you want to do regularly, put a whole home page or a different page in your site, but it actually can be really useful if you want to use a translation service, for example, to translate words on your site. You could use an iframe to get the data from that site and display it on your web page. One other very common use for iframes is including videos and embedding other media in your website, and that is why you might have noticed I've got this great song from Bryan Adams up on YouTube. It's not because I've been listening to it in between making videos. It's because when we go to any video on YouTube and click the share button, the arrow there, the second option along is embed. And then that gives you some code, which you'll notice is an iframe code. So I'm going to select all of that using Command A or Control A on a PC, copy it to the clipboard using Command C or Control C, and then paste it in right underneath the code that we've got there. So that's some iframe code in the wild. You can see we've got some extra attributes there. We've got a width and height setting, so that's the number of pixels wide and number of pixels high. And we've also got a frame border equals 0 setting, which you're welcome to try out on these ones. In fact, let's just pop it on there to have a look. And as you can imagine, that will get rid of the frame border. And now we have a YouTube video right there in our page. And we can even listen to it right there if we want to. There we go. Exciting stuff. All right, so congratulations. You've made it to the end of the first section of the Complete Web Developer course. You've learned how web pages are put together with HTML, with headers and body tags. You've learned about paragraphs, formatting text, lists, images, forms, tables, links, HTML entities, and then finally iframes. That's a lot of new information. And as I said at the beginning of the section, the best way to keep this new information in your head is practice it as often as you possibly can. So we're going to start that in the next video by giving you a challenge to put all of this together and make a fantastic first ever complete web page. Well, congratulations once again for making it to the end of the first section. You've gone from not knowing how a website is put together at all to being able to put together pages containing forms, iframes, tables, images, HTML entities, and a lot more. So well done. We're going to put that into practice now by essentially creating a web page that contains everything that we've done so far. So I've got an example page that you can copy if you like, but really I want you to go crazy and create anything you like. It could be a homepage about your family, your favorite sport, whatever it might be. I'm sure it's going to be a lot more fun. You choose your topic. If you want a little bit of inspiration though, I'll show you what I'm going to be making. And I've got this over here, and you can actually get the code for it yourself in completewebdevelopercourse.com/2/htmlchallenge.html. So just stretching that out, you can see I've got a nice image here of the globe. I've got an unordered list, a link, and a table down there, ordered list, and then a very tiny bit of a form there just to include it, and also a YouTube video aligned to the right over there. So that uses pretty much everything we've covered so far. So what I'm going to do is challenge you to create something like this. You can create exactly this page if you like, or you can come up with your own design and content. Best of luck. When you have done it, it'd be great if you uploaded it to your FTP space and then shared a link so that I can take a look and congratulate you personally. Don't forget to use all the good HTML habits that you've learned so far. So that's nice indenting, spacing out your code, etc. I hope you enjoy this challenge. Go for it. All right, I hope you enjoyed that. I'm going to close that down and start building our web page from scratch. So this is how I would have done it. Of course, as with any coding challenge, there are many ways to build a web page or solve a problem. You did it differently, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to start by going to example.com and just using example.com and just viewing the source as we did. So control clicking or right clicking, view page source. And then I'm just going to copy the whole of that source code and use that as my starting point. And that just makes sure that I get the doc type and everything else in there without having to type it myself. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be right. So don't be afraid to do that when you're building sites. Obviously, don't copy wholesale other sites, but free to use them as starting points so that you're not typing out the same code every time. Now I'm just going to get everything nicely indented. And there we go. So now we've got our basic bit of content. Mine, of course, is about the world we live in, or Earth. So I'll call it the good old Hello World. So we'll do a quick refresh. Yep, so we've got no content there at all, but we've got a title of Hello World. All right, so I'm going to start with a nice big header. So we'll use H1 and we'll have a nice big Hello World at the top. And you'll notice that as I go through the process of building the page, I'll refresh and just check that it looks okay a lot more than you might think. So even though we've just got a very basic bit of code there, it's always good to see that your new line of code hasn't broken anything or done anything unexpected. Okay, so now I'm going to pop in a subtitle, so H2, a few facts about the world we live in. No full stop, I think. There we go. Very nice. Now I want a nice picture of the Earth. So I'm going to go to Wikipedia and search for Earth, and there we go. Lovely big picture there. And as we've done before, I'm going to save the image as, and I'm going to save it in my HTML folder. I'll just call it Earth. There we go. So this is a JPEG rather than a PNG, so JPG is the extension. I'll remember that, but it should get auto-predicted by my text editor anyway. Okay, so let's pop in our image. Nice and simple. Image src for source, and earth.jpg gets predicted there. Brilliant. Let's have a look. There we go. Ooh, a little bit large, I think. So let's make it a little bit smaller. So we can adjust that with the width, as we saw in the image section, and I'll try a width of 100. See how that looks. Oh, a little bit small. Try maybe 400. Okay, that's about right. Of course, we're not necessarily looking for great style here, but it's not hugely big, but I can still see the detail of our planet there. All right, now I want to get a bit of information about the Earth. So I'm going to Google Earth Facts. There we go. Oh, that first one, spacefacts.com. That looks great. Lovely. All right, so I'm just going to use this paragraph of content there. Now, this bit, of course, you wouldn't do for any live site that you are working with, but that's fine for a bit of practice. But definitely, if you're making a site that you're going to use publicly, then make your own content. Okay, let's have a look. Very nice. So now I want to have something with an unordered list. So this bit of information looks good. So I'm going to copy that. And if I keep the moon in there as well, then that will give me the opportunity to add a link. So I'll copy that over. Now this is a new section. So I'm going to separate it from everything else with a horizontal rule. There we go. And now I'll paste in my new data. And actually, just to keep things simple, I'll only have 3 of them. And I want an unordered list. So that's a UL. And each of these is going to be a list item. So let's pop that at the beginning and end of those and indent them so that the code looks really nice. Great, let's just check. There we go, I'm liking that. Now let's add in our link for the moon. Now it goes to that URL at the bottom of the screen there, spacefacts.com/themoon. So I'm going to copy the link address. So I control clicked or right click and copy that. And then to add an anchor or link, I use an A tag with an href of what I just copied. And then we'll have the text, the moon, and then we'll close the A tag. Let's have a look, see if that's worked. Looks good. Have a click. Brilliant. Links to the page about the moon. Fabulous. Now I'd like to have a bit of practice putting in an ordered list. So what I'll do is I'll copy the code for an unordered list and just change it to an ordered list. And to separate that out from the previous list, I'll add another horizontal rule. Now obviously we need some new bits of information there. So let's have a look. Facts about the Earth. Ah, fantastic. So let's make these. To make them numerical data, we'll have an H3, a little heading, saying top 3 facts about the Earth. There we go. And then I'm just going to copy these in. The Earth's rotation is apparently gradually slowing. Interesting stuff. The Earth was once believed to be the center of the universe. Have that as fact number 2. And the Earth has a powerful magnetic field. So we'll get rid of the link there because we don't need it anymore. Brilliant. Let's have a look. Fabulous. That looks great. I think now we need a little header above the previous list though to kind of match that out. So let's put an H3 and we'll just call that about the Earth. Okay, great. Storming through. So now I'd like to add a table. So let's separate out the section again. And I'd like to have an opportunity to use HTML entity. So let's compare the radius and temperature of 2 other planets, just for fun. So we'll add in our table, and we'll have our table header. And within our table head, we'll have a table row. And within our table row, we'll have a th, which is going to be the name of the planet. And then another th for the radius of the planet. And another th for the average temperature. Okay, let's just have a quick look. Yep, it's looking good. I think I might just add in a line break to make average temperature go over 2 lines. All right. So after the table head comes the table body. And within the table body we have table rows. And within those we have table data or table cells. So we'll start with Mars. So we'll need to get the radius of Mars. I think we can get this from our Space Facts website. So if we just scroll down, here we go. Got some Mars facts here. So hopefully that'll tell us the radius and temperature of Mars. Okay, it's giving us the diameter there. A little bit of maths for you. The radius is half the diameter. So I'm going to divide that by 2. So 3,400. And we'll round it up 3. That's 3,403 kilometers. And then average temperature. Okay, shall we find the average of -87 and -5? We'll add them together and you get -92. Halve that and you get -46. So that's not exactly the average temperature, halfway between the maximum and the minimum, but it'll do for our purposes. So the tricky bit is we then want a degree sign. So let's search for HTML entity degree symbol. That should tell us what we want. Ah, there we go. Makes sense. And deg. That's another quick hint for you. If you get the Google search term accurate enough, then quite often you won't need to leave Google at all for your result, and you can just take it from the Google extract from that page. So let's put in and deg and then a C. All right, let's take a look. Mars, 3,403 kilometers and -46 degrees C. Fabulous. I think we'll just add one more row to our table. I'll do that just by copying and pasting. So let's do the same for Venus. So we'll scroll down to get our facts. Got some Venus facts there. So the diameter is 12,104. So we want the radius, so we'll halve it. So 6,052. Let's put the comma in the right place. And then it's only giving us a single temperature there, so we'll take that as the average, 462 degrees C. Fabulous, let's take a look. Brilliant. There we go. Finally then, we want to integrate a form into our table. So let's have another HR horizontal rule to separate them out. And then we'll add in a very, very quick form, which in fact is only going to have a button in it. So we'll have want to know more, question mark, and then a button. Remember, is input with a type of submit. And we'll put that inside paragraph tags as well. Okay, let's have a look. So that's great. Submit though doesn't really make sense. So let's change the wording using value equals and then click here. Let's have a look. Now this is all well and good, but if we actually click there, then nothing happens because the page just refreshes. So what I'll do is I'll give you a little bit of a reward for making it all the way to the end of this tutorial, and I'll teach you one more thing, how to get your form to submit to a particular page. And you do that using the action attribute, just like that. And then inside action, you put the URL of the page that you want the form to submit to. So let's say we want to go back to the Earth page, Earth facts. Then we just copy that, Control C or Command C, and Control V or Command V to paste it in there. And now, when we click on the button, it will submit the form. Not that there's any particularly useful information in the form, but it will submit it to that URL, which just has the effect of redirecting that to the SpaceFacts page. Brilliant. So almost there. The only thing that I want to add to this is an iframe with a YouTube URL of Earth rotating. So let's do a quick search for YouTube Earth rotating. There we go. That top one looks good.
In this view of Earth from space.
We don't need the sound, I don't think, but wonderful. That looks great. So let's click on share, embed, and then just copy that. And initially we'll put this underneath. And there it is, wonderful. But in the example that I showed you, we had the video on the right at the top. So let's add that in. We can actually add that in the same way that we aligned the image earlier by doing align equals and then right. And that will align the iframe to the right of the page, but it will still be at the bottom. So if I want to align it to the right at the top, I need to just cut it, so Command X or Control X, and then put it right at the top here, even above the H1. And then let's have a look. If we then drag it out, it's now aligned to the right. Fabulous. So it's not the best looking web page ever, but it contains a lot of the HTML elements that we've seen, and hopefully it's at least a good step up of what you could have done at the beginning of this section. So once again, congratulations on getting this far. Please do show me your projects, and I look forward to helping you make your websites look a lot prettier using CSS in the next section. Just before we move on to CSS, I'd like to take a couple of videos to show you how to set up the web hosting that comes with the course. Now's a good time to do this because you've just completed your first ever web page, and I'm sure you're itching to share it with the world. And the web hosting is the ideal way to do this. I'm assuming that you've followed these steps in the how to get the free stuff video and have an Eco web hosting account. If you haven't, then jump back to that video and follow the instructions there. If you have, then go to ecowebhosting.co.uk/cp/home. I should also say that if you want to work with a different web host or you don't want web hosting at all, then feel free to miss out the next couple of videos. But if you're not sure, then stick with me because the web hosting adds a huge amount of power to what you can do with the course. So this is your customer area at ecowebhosting.co.uk/cp/home. Here you can create a hosting package, which is what we're going to do next, or you can register a domain name. You don't need to do that. But if you want to be able to use your own domain name, such as robpercival.co.uk, then you will need to purchase the domain name itself. You're very welcome to do that with another company as well. Feel free to compare prices and go with the cheapest one. We've got some other options down here, but for now, we're not going to investigate any of those. we're going to go straight to creating a hosting package. So a hosting package is a place to store everything to do with your website. You can upload files to it, you can create databases, as we'll see later on in the course, and you can even create email addresses and manage your email through the hosting package. So all you have to enter here is a domain name, and I'm going to put in Rob Percival's test hosting package.com. You can select the hosting package type that you need. I would go for the Advanced Unlimited because that offers you the most features. And bear in mind that you'll want to create a domain name that no one else has chosen before. So if you try and put google.com in there, it probably won't work because there'll already be a domain on our system called google.com. If you're really having problems finding a domain name that's not already taken, just put some numbers on the end, like that. Okay, so then click Create Hosting Package, and in the background it will churn through everything that needs to be set up for that hosting package. And there we go. So that's all been set up. You'll receive an email with all the login details for the package, but the easiest way to log in is go down to Manage Your Services and Manage Hosting Packages. And then you should see your hosting package in this list. I've got a number of packages that I'm not using anymore, but there is my Rob Percival's test hosting package. And if you click on that hosting package, it will take you to the cPanel. But I will warn you, it takes up to an hour for hosting packages to be fully set up. So you might want to go away, have a cup of tea, and then come back when the time has passed. Done that? All right, then let's go. So I'm going to click on the hosting package, and that will redirect me to the cPanel. So at the top here, we've got all of our file options. We'll be looking at the file manager in a bit more detail in a moment. Then we've got our email options. So we can create mailboxes, access webmail, set up forwarding, and various other things to do with email. Note that they will only work if you have your own domain name. So you will need to purchase a domain name to use email. Then further down, we've got lots of options which we'll be using later on in the course. So various stats features, databases, and a lot more. I'm not going to go into all of them now, but feel free to pause the video and have a click around if you want to see what's available. So first off, I'm just going to quickly show you how to use File Manager to edit your files. So here are the files in your hosting package. So we're going to double click on public HTML, and this is where you'll put all your documents that form your website. And you can see that the home page is index.php. Now PHP is another programming language which we'll talk about later in the course. On the web hosting, you can name your pages either .php or .html, but on your computer, you'll need to use .html. So if we want to edit the home page, we just Control or right click and click Edit. And then we can go back over to our text editor. I'm going to use Command A or Control A on Windows to select all of this text, and then copy that, and then use Command A to select all of this text, and Command or Control V to paste it in. So this now is all of our code for our page that we created, but it's on index.html on our hosting. So let's save that. There we go. And then it's saved. And now we can go back to our cPanel. And if we want to see that page in action, then we can click Temp Web Address here and click Visit Website. And there you go. So this is your website live on the web, and you can share this link with anyone and they will be able to see your website. Notice how it appears under this web address. And if you don't purchase the domain name, then you'll need to use this to refer to your website when you're sharing it with people. So if you want to use your website as an actual portfolio site or a blog or something like that, you probably want to purchase the domain name. But that's completely up to you. So that's as far as we're going to go in this video, but there is one more thing I'd like to show you before we move on, and that is you'll notice that using the file manager is not particularly convenient. We don't want to have to be copying and pasting from our text editor every time we want to update our site. So there's a much better way to access your files, and that is through something called FTP. FTP is short for File Transfer Protocol, and is essentially an easy way of uploading and editing files on your website. You'll need to download and install a couple of bits of free software to do this. So I've got a separate video for Windows and OS X. If you're on Windows, you can jump to the next video. If you're on OS X, then skip the next one, and the one after will have instructions for you. In this video, we're going to see how to set up FTP on a Windows machine. Now, there are a number of different FTP programs that you can use, but I'm going to recommend that you use a browser called Firefox and a plugin called Fire FTP. Once that's up and running, I'll show you the reasons why I prefer that particular FTP program. If you want to use a different one that you're comfortable with, then feel free, but if not, then follow along. So in Chrome, we'll create a new tab, and then we'll search for Firefox. Firefox, if you haven't heard of it, is a browser much like Chrome or Internet Explorer, and it's freely available and it's quite widely used, so it's well worth getting comfortable with it because you'll probably be checking that your websites look good on it at some point as well, so it's a good thing to have on your system anyway. But it has a very robust plugin ecosystem, including, I think, the best FTP software, Fire FTP, which is an add-on for Firefox. So click yes, and then click install. That will then download Firefox and install it on your machine. And there we go. I would probably go for the don't import anything, just to keep things simple, and then click next. And here we go. So Firefox is now set up. I'm not going to set it as my default browser. And you're welcome to create a Firefox account, but I'm going to leave that out for now. What I am going to do is click the three bars over here to get the menu, and then click add-ons. And I'm going to add the Fire FTP add-on by searching in the box at the top right for Fire FTP. And there it is. So top of the list there, Fire FTP, just click install. That will then install it as an add-on within Firefox. So you'll need to open Firefox to access Fire FTP. There we go. Now we need to restart Firefox to install the Fire FTP add-on. And there we go. That's now done. And if we click in the My Add-ons box there, you can see that Fire FTP has now been added for us. One thing I want to do before we actually use Fire FTP is add it to our bookmarks bar up here. So just right-click on the toolbar and scroll down to Customize. And then you'll see the Fire FTP icon there as an option to add to the toolbar. So just drag it and add it wherever you like. So I'll just pop it right there. And then click the big green Exit Customize button. Fantastic. Now you'll be able to click the Fire FTP button to get your Fire FTP page open. And this is it. This is what Fire FTP looks like. On the left-hand side, we've got files on your local machine. And on the right-hand side, at the moment it's blank, but when we connect to our server, we'll see all the files on the server and we'll be able to edit and upload to them. So on my machine, I want to have my desktop open. There we go. And I want to create an account. So I'm just going to click Create an Account up there. And in order to have an FTP account, I need to know the FTP details, and I can get those in the control panel for my hosting package. So we noted those down here. Here we go, they're under FTP details, and I'll copy the username first of all. So just copy that and use Control-C to copy it to the clipboard. It's just the domain name. And then I'm going to switch back to Firefox, and the login is just the domain name. And I'm going to add that for the account name as well so that I can refer to it in Fire FTP. Then click here to show next to the password, select that, Control C to copy, and paste it into the password. And finally, we're going to use the FTP server, ftp.stackcp.com. You can use the FTP server, but only if you've purchased the domain name. Wonderful. Then click OK. One more thing we'll need to do before we can connect is we'll need to unlock FTP. Now, Eco Web Hosting has a security feature whereby FTP locks automatically after a certain amount of time. And that means that someone can't access your files even if they manage to track down your FTP password somehow. So I'm going to unlock FTP for just an hour. Obviously, the longer you unlock it for, the more risky it is, but the more convenient it is. So it's a balance between the two there. So I'm going to unlock, but you will need to be unlocked before you try and connect. Otherwise, it won't work. All right, now back over to Fire FTP. Keep your fingers crossed, and then we'll click connect. And there we go. So we're now connected, and you can see the folder that we're now reasonably familiar with, public HTML, and also the CGI bin that we're ignoring for the moment as well. So just double click public HTML, and you can see we've got our index.html file right there. So one of the things you may have noticed when we opened up our Hello World page was that the picture didn't work. And that's because the picture file isn't actually there on the server. We only had it on our own computer. So what I can do is take the earth.jpg file from my computer and click the arrow to the right there, and that will upload it to my server. And now earth.jpg will be on the server. So if I go back over to Chrome and refresh the page by pressing F5, then we now get the earth.jpg file appearing. So that's how easy it is to use Fire FTP to upload files to our server. We can download files as well if we want to using the other arrow. But the real great feature of Fire FTP is that it allows you to edit files right there on the server. And that's what I want to show you how to do now. But before we can do it, we'll need to make sure that the file that we want to edit actually opens up in our Notepad++ or whichever text editor you're using. At the moment, you can see we've got a little E for Internet Explorer or Edge browser. So at the moment, if I try and open that, it's going to open in the browser, which is not what I want. So I'm going to go to my desktop and find any HTML file. So I've got a file here, webpage.html. You should have a bunch of files in your Complete Web Developer course folder, many of which will be .html files. So it doesn't matter which one, but find any HTML file, right-click on it, and then click Open With, and then go down and choose another app. And this is the point at which we're going to choose the app to open our HTML file. And you may see your browser in that list. I don't in this case, so I'm going to click More Apps. And then we've got Notepad, which is no good. Still, I haven't found Notepad++. So look for another app on this PC. Notepad++, which is in, if you've installed it in the default location, C drive, and then Program Files x86, Notepad++, and then Notepad++. And there it is. So now we can click Always Use this app to open .html files, select Notepad++, and click OK. And what we've done there is we've associated Notepad++ with all HTML files on our machine. So now if I go back to Firefox and Fire FTP and right-click on index.html and then open, it will open in our default program, which will be Notepad++. So you can see there it is right there. And the great thing here is that we can edit our index.html file right here in Notepad++, and any changes that we make will be saved automatically on the server. So if I want to remove this period at the end of that sentence for some reason, then if I do that and then save, that save will be communicated to the server straight away. And then if I refresh the page again, you can see the full stop has gone. So that means that we can edit our files right there on the server using Notepad++ immediately, which is a really handy thing to be able to do. So that's the setup for Fire FTP. Remember that when you start editing any other type of file, like a .css file, or later on in the course, a .php file, you'll need to go through the process of setting those files to open with Notepad++ in your Windows machine. And the process will be exactly the same as what we've just done here. Okay, that's it. So now you can upload your own Hello World page to your own web hosting package, make a few edits, and see those changes happen immediately online. Then use the URL to share the page with me and your friends and family. Congratulate yourself on making a great website, and let's move on and learn a bit of CSS. So in this video, we're going to see how to set up FTP on a Mac. And we're going to be using the same software as in Windows. So that is Firefox and Fire FTP. So first off, in Chrome, if you haven't already got it, then Google download Firefox. And just click on the top result there. And click the big free download button. And I'm just going to download it here to my desktop. It shouldn't take too long. But while we're waiting, I'll just tell you that if you haven't used it before, Firefox is an alternative browser. It's quite highly used, so it's worth having on your system to be able to check to make sure your websites look good in Firefox as well as Chrome. But one of the best things about it is it has a huge add-on and plugin ecosystem. And one of my favorite plugins is Fire FTP, which allows you to connect to your websites using FTP. So that's now downloaded. So click on the DMG file that's downloaded, and that will open up the Firefox installer, and you'll be able to go through the installation process. And then you'll get something like this, and you just need to drag Firefox over into your applications. Now, I'm not actually going to do that because I already have Firefox installed, but it's a very straightforward process from there. Just click Next, and then when it finishes installing, open up Firefox, and you'll be presented with something like this. So it looks like many other browsers that we've seen before, and it obviously works in the same way, but we're going to jump straight to downloading Fire FTP. So I would give that a quick Google and then click on the top result, addons.mozilla.org, and then click on the green Add to Firefox button. Now, once again, I've already got Fire FTP installed on my system, so I can't go through the installation process, but again, it's just a matter of clicking Next. You may have to restart Firefox to finish the installation. All right, we're almost there. So now that you've installed Fire FTP, we're going to add it to our menu bar up here. So you need to control click on the toolbar area, not on any one of the actual icons, and then click Customize. And this gives you the option to customize the icons that appear up here. And I'm going to take Fire FTP and drag it up to the top there. Then click Exit Customize at the bottom, and you should be back in Firefox, but with the Fire FTP icon showing. So now we're going to click on Fire FTP, and you should see something like this. So on the left here, we've got a directory on your computer. For me, it's my desktop. And on the right is where we'll see the files on our server when we connect to it. So how do we connect? Well, you've got Create an Account selected in the drop-down menu there. So just click Connect, and you should see the Account Manager pop up. And this is where we put the details of our FTP connection in. And we can get those from our control panel. So on the right underneath Unlock FTP, go down and look at the FTP details. So the username is just the domain name. So in my case, Rob Percival's testhostingpackage.com. So back over, I'm going to put that as the login. The password, you click on the link there and then select the password. Paste that in. And the host is ftp.stackcp.com. We'll type that in there. And I would actually put the domain name in as the account name as well, so that you can refer to it later on. And that's it. So then click OK. There is one more thing we need to do before we can connect, and that is unlock FTP. Now, Eco Web Hosting have a security feature that FTP is locked automatically after a certain time to prevent anyone else getting access to your files. So we either have to unlock FTP by time, and obviously the longer you choose here, the more risky it is in terms of someone else getting hold of your FTP login details and being able to access your files, or we can unlock by IP address, which you can use if you know you have a fixed IP address on your computer. You can check with your internet provider whether that's the case, but for now I'm just going to unlock for 1 hour. There we go. And now we go back over to Fire FTP and click Connect. And here we go. So now you can see the files that we saw in the file manager in the previous video. And if we look at public HTML, we can see we've got our index file in there. Now, one thing you may have noticed about our Hello World page is that the image didn't display. Now that's because we didn't upload the image file to our web hosting. So let's do that now using FTP. So I'm going to go into the Complete Web Developer course folder and then number 1 HTML, and there's my earth.jpg file. So I'm going to click the right arrow to upload it, and then it's now on the server. So if I go back over and refresh the page using Command R, I can now, with any luck, see the image. There it is. So we're almost done. But there's one more thing I'd like to show you, and that's the real reason that I recommend using Fire FTP over the other available FTP clients out there. So Fire FTP allows you to edit files directly on the server, which means you can click save in your text editor and it will save directly on the server, which makes creating and editing websites much easier. There is a very small risk involved with that if you have a flaky connection, occasionally a save won't be registered and you'll actually lose the content of the page. But that's only happened to me very rarely, and I find it doesn't outweigh the convenience of being able to edit this way. Having said that, you should always have a backup of your website files so that if you do lose something, you can just re-upload without losing all your work. So how do we open a file now text editor from Fire FTP? Well, it's very easy, but before we do so, we have to make sure that the file extension, so in this case .html, is associated with our text editor on our computer. So that means if we double clicked on an HTML file in the Finder, would it open it up in our text editor? And to make sure that that's the case, go over to Finder and find any HTML page. Doesn't matter which one it is. It doesn't matter which. So I'm going to take my webpage.html and then control click on that web page and click Get Info. And then in the Open With section, you may need to click on the arrow to open it up. You can select the program that you want to open it up with. And if you haven't edited your system before, it's probably going to be Chrome, Firefox, or Safari. So you need to make sure that you've selected brackets, or if you've chosen a different text editor, then you've chosen that text editor there. And then you just click Change All. And that will then change all files with an extension of HTML to open in your text editor. All right, so now that we've done that, we can go back to Firefox and click Command O to open the file, and control click and open, or we can also use Command and O to open the file in our text editor. And there it is. So now if we want to edit this file live on the web, For example, if I want to put a full stop at the end of that H2, then we just use Command S to save, and you can see it's updating live on the website itself. And if we go back over to Chrome and refresh the page, you can see that that change has happened live on the web. So that's how I do most of my website editing, and I recommend that's how you do it too. Bear in mind that when you start using other file extensions such as .css or .php, you'll need to go through the same process in Finder and make sure that you've control-clicked, get info, and then make sure that they're all opening with brackets. Otherwise, when you use control-click and open, they won't necessarily open in the right editor. And that's it. So now, if you like, you can actually work for the whole course live on the web and use this setup to edit your page live on the web on the right and view the output on the left. I'm going to carry on working on the desktop just because it's a little bit faster, but you've got the power to work live now if you want to. Great. So I hope you're clear on how FTP works and how we can use Fire FTP to upload and update files on our web space immediately. And without further ado, let's get back to the code and learn some CSS. Welcome to section 3 of the Complete Web Developer course. I hope you enjoyed the last section and now understand how a basic website is put together with regards to HTML. In this section, we'll be moving on to CSS, or cascading style sheets, which is all about styling your websites and making them look great. We'll start by seeing what a cascading style sheet is and how we integrate it into our pages, and then we'll look at some of the specific features for styling text, images, layout, and a whole lot more. At the end of the section, we'll be making our biggest project yet, which will be a clone of the BBC. At the same time, I hope you're working your way through my book, How to Earn $10,000 While Learning to Code, and once again, looking at how you can put the skills that you're learning already into action. Enjoy this section, and I'll see you at the beginning of the next one. So welcome back to the Complete Web Developer course. As I've mentioned, in this section, we're going to be looking at style. So hopefully you have made a website that looks a little bit like this. You can see we've got all the kind of core HTML elements in there, but it doesn't look great. We obviously want to be building beautiful websites as well as useful ones, and for that we're going to need some style. And we create style using cascading style sheets, or CSS. So what on earth is a cascading style sheet? Well, we've actually seen one before. When we looked at the code of example.com, which we get from right-clicking or control-clicking and then view page source in Chrome, you'll remember that we looked over this style section just there. And this is a cascading style sheet. And it's pretty simple how it works. We get the name of the element that we're styling. So body, div, that could be an H1 or a UL or an image or anything. And then we have some curly brackets. And inside the curly brackets, we have some style information. So background color, margin, padding, font family, width, all sorts of things. There's a huge number of ways that we can style our page using cascading style sheets. And the real advantage of them is that they're completely separate from the HTML itself, which does a very useful job then of keeping style and content separate. This generally makes your code more readable, it's easier to update and maintain, and it has a really useful feature that you could completely restyle your website without actually changing the HTML or the content at all. And a nice example of that can be found if you Google CSS. Then you can see we've got W3 Schools at the top here. If you click on the second result, CSS Introduction, then they've got a bit more information about CSS. So if you want to know more, then you can read that. But I'm just going to show you this example homepage here with a certain style sheet. If we then apply a second style sheet to it, the page looks completely different, even though the HTML is exactly the same. We can do that again, style sheet 3, and now it looks like the W3 Schools website itself. Style sheet 4 looks completely different again, and we can even remove the style sheet and we get back to a web page that looks more similar to what we created in the previous section. So to summarize, CSS is a simple and powerful way to apply styling to your websites to make them look great. In the next video then, we'll apply a style sheet to our own web page and see in detail how it works. Alright, so let's start applying some style to our own web pages. First, I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and that is to create a new folder inside your Complete Web Developer course folder called 2CSS, and then create a new HTML file and display it both in your text editor and in your browser, just like this. Go for it. Good luck. Alright, I hope you managed that. I'm going to do it by getting the Complete Web Developer course open, and then I'm going to right click or control click and select new folder. I'm going to call it 2-CSS, and then I'm going to go back to my text editor. I'm going to create a new file, just like that, and then I'm going to save as, and I'm going to save it inside Complete Web Developer course 2CSS, and I'm going to call it web page with style.html. It's still an HTML file, even though we're going to have some cascading style sheets inside it. There we go. And then finally, I'm going to go back into my CSS folder here and just open up web page with style into Google Chrome. And there it is. So I'm going to say goodbye to my hello world. I'm going to do a quick test just to make sure that everything's linked up correctly. So I've put some text in there and I'm just going to refresh that. There we go. Lovely. So I hope you managed to do that. Don't worry if you didn't. It's just a bit of file manipulation, really. Now I'm going to put in the very basics to get us an HTML page, as we've seen before. So we'll start with an HTML tag. Then inside that, we'll have our head, and then we'll have our body section. And I'll just put in a title tag as well, because I like to have a title. We'll call it web page with style. And then if we just refresh that, you can see the content has disappeared, but web page with style has appeared there. All right. Now there are actually 3 different ways of adding CSS to your web pages, and I'm going to show you the first one in this video, and this is inline CSS. So, very quick challenge. Can you create a pair of paragraph tags and put a sentence, whatever sentence you like, between them? Go for it. All right. Hope you managed that. Pretty straightforward. Paragraph tags are just a P inside the angled brackets there. And I'll have the classic phrase, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. All right, so now we've got a paragraph. It's not styled at all. So if we want to bring some style into this, if we were going to use inline CSS, we would do the following. Inside the paragraph tag there, we would add a style attribute. And then, just as we usually have with our attributes, we have an equals and then some quotes. And then we can put any CSS we like into this style attribute. So for example, if I wanted to change the color of the text, I might say color. Sadly, it doesn't work if you spell color correctly, but there we go. Color without a U and then blue. So you notice we've got a colon in between there, and that's how CSS works. You have the thing that you want to change, and then a colon, and then the value of that thing. So in this case, color, colon, blue. Fairly straightforward. Save, refresh, and we have some blue text. Nice and easy. If we wanted to have text which was twice as big, then we would add a semicolon, and we use a semicolon to separate different stylings. So we might want font size, and we might want to set the font size to 200%. And that will then set the font size of this text to twice as big as it was before. Let's have a look. There we go. I've just realized I've got of the lazy dog there. Let's make it over. Brilliant. So that's really all there is to inline CSS in terms of how it works. I'm going to give you a very quick challenge here. Can you create an h1 header tag with the content CSS is cool and then make it green and half the size it used to be? So an h1 tag with the content CSS is cool but then green and half the size it would otherwise have been. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. H1 tag, of course, just an H1 in angled brackets. And then CSS is cool, it certainly is. So without any styling at all, it would look like that. With some style, we'd set the color to be green. And then if we want it half the size, we would use font size 50%. All right, let's take a look. Fantastic. Now, one thing that might be slightly surprising there is that it's got a lot smaller than you might expect. That's because this percentage is actually relative to the default paragraph size. So if we make this 100%, it will make it the same size as a paragraph. So if we actually wanted it the same size as the usual H1, the default there is 250%. So an H1 by default is 2.5 times bigger than a paragraph. But don't worry too much about that. Looking at the specific CSS styles later on in this section. For now though, we're done with inline CSS, and in the next video we'll see how to add CSS in a different and better way. So in the previous video, we created some stylings using inline CSS. There are a couple of problems with this though. First is, our styling is all mixed up inside our content, which makes it not very nice to read and difficult to maintain. Also, our stylings are linked to a specific paragraph tag. So if I wanted to change all of my paragraph tags to a certain font or color or size, I'd have to add this style attribute to all of them, which is messy. So for that reason, I wouldn't recommend using inline CSS, except in very specific circumstances. So the solution then is internal CSS. And this is what we saw in the example.com HTML. So we create some internal CSS by creating a style tag inside the head. We can actually put it anywhere in the HTML, but inside the head section is the traditional place to put it. We then set up a type for our style, and the type is text/CSS. So that then tells the browser that this is some style commands will then be applied to the rest of the document. So let's get rid of all the styles that we have and see how we can apply some styles from here to our code in the body. So just to reset everything, we're now at the start with no style. So if I want to apply, let's say, the color red to this paragraph tag, then what I would do is I would start with a P to say that I wanted to apply this style to all the P tags in the document, and then some curly brackets, add a bit of spacing, and then whatever style I wanted. So I want color, and then you can see we've even got a nice selection of colors here. Beautiful. But I'm going to keep it simple and go for red. Let's have a look. There we go. So that's now applied the color red to that paragraph. So very quick challenge for you. Can you double this paragraph text in size as well as keeping it red? So make it twice as big using internal style sheets. Go for it. I hope you managed it. All we needed was something like font size and then 200%. Let's have a look. Oh no, something's gone wrong. I wonder if you did that. If you did and you realized that you lost all of your stylings, it was probably because you didn't put a semicolon at the end there. And so just like when we were having our inline CSS, we need to separate different styles with a semicolon in internal CSS as well. So now if we have a look, we've got it red and twice as big. Notice you don't need to put a semicolon on the end of the last one, but you can do if you like. I kind of like to because it makes everything uniform and the same. Definitely doesn't cause any problems. So the nice thing about this is that if we then create another paragraph tag, wow, I love internal CSS, something like that, then of course this styling will be applied to that one as well. So if you want to set all of your text to the same font, for example, you could do that very easily with a single instruction in your internal CSS at the top there. So final quick challenge for you. Can you change the CSS's cool header to being pink? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. Very easy. So just H1 to tell our browser that we want to apply these stylings to all the H1 tags, and then color and pink. And an optional semicolon at the end there. Let's have a look. There it is. Fabulous. So this is internal CSS, and this is how we're going to be applying pretty much all of the CSS that we learn in this section. There is one more way to do it. That is to have all your styles in a separate file, which can be very useful, and I'm going to show you how to do that at the end of this section. What you might be wondering though is how you might apply styles in this way to some paragraph tags but not others. And that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Excellent, so we can now apply our stylings to multiple HTML elements with just one instruction at the beginning in our style sheet, which is usually great, but what if you have a certain paragraph that you want to look different to other paragraphs? Well, this is actually really easy to achieve using classes and IDs. So let's start with classes and find out how we use those. First off, I'm going to get rid of all my stylings and then just refresh. And you can see the page now looks completely different, even though the HTML hasn't changed at all. So let's say I want to make this first paragraph red, but not affect the second paragraph. Well, what I do is I apply a class attribute to it, and then I can call that class whatever I like. So if I'm just going to make it red, I'll call the class red, but I could use any description I want there. So if we want to apply some CSS to the red class, we don't just type red, we have to indicate somehow that we're applying this to a class. And to do that, we use the full stop or period. So this is known as a class selector because it will select everything with a class of red. And then we just apply exactly the same pattern as before. So the curly brackets and then color, colon, red, semicolon. And then that will apply it just to things that have a class of red. Now that doesn't necessarily have to be paragraph tags. I could apply the class to my H1 tag as well if I wanted to, and then that one would be red as well. So it's a very quick challenge. Could you apply a class of large to this paragraph tag, the second one, and then make it twice as big as the first one? Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. So pretty straightforward. We just use class equals and then large in quotes, and then up in our style sheet we use dot large to select the large class, and then font size colon and then whatever number you want it to be, so 200% for it to be twice as big. Take a look. Fantastic. So really easy to manipulate things in this way. A really nice other feature is that we can apply multiple classes to a single element. So if we wanted this first paragraph to be red and large, we just put a space between them and type them both in. So red and large. Let's have a look. Fantastic. That is now red and large. So that's how classes work. IDs work in a very, very similar way. So let's add another pair of paragraph tags, and this time we'll give them an ID. And let's say I'm going to make this particular paragraph tag green, so I'll call the ID green. And we'll just have some very boring, this is some more text. Okay, so if we have a look at that, of course, there's no styling applied to that paragraph yet, so it's not green. But if we want to make it green, we can do very easily. The difference is, because we're working with IDs rather than classes now, instead of the period or full stop, we use the hash, which on my keyboard is Alt-3. Yours is probably around there somewhere as well, but it might be on the other side of the keyboard. And then the name of our ID, so green. And this is then an ID selector, and it will select IDs with the name of green. And then it's exactly the same as before, color green. Let's have a look. Fabulous. So it works in exactly the same way, but we use a hash instead of a full stop or period. So you might be wondering, well, why do we have classes and IDs then? Well, essentially they have slightly different uses. And the main thing about IDs is they should only be used once per page. So you might have different sections of the page, for example, and you might give them specific IDs because those sections are unique within the page. You probably wouldn't, to be honest, use an ID of green because you might want to make several things green. So essentially that's the difference. Classes can be used more than once, IDs only once. And we'll actually come back to classes and IDs again in JavaScript as ways of interacting with and moving around objects. And there the idea of classes and IDs will become very important once again. Alright, so that's classes and IDs. One more thing I want to show you is how we might style some text within a paragraph tag. So if, for example, we want to add, and this text is underlined, then how would we underline just that portion of it using internal CSS? Well, we do that using the span HTML element, and then this span is simply something that we can put around any chunk of text or image or combination of several different things, and then use that to select it. So if, for example, we gave this a class of red, then only the latter bit would be red. Of course, we want it to be underlined, so let's have a class of underlined, and then we'll add in dot underlined to select the underlined class, and then to underline something we use text decoration and underline. There we go. Remember, at this point you don't need to remember any of these. We'll introduce them. I'm a lot more familiar with them as we go through this section. But let's just have a look. There we go. So the text is underlined. So that's how you apply styles to text within some paragraph tags. So that's as far as we're going to go with classes and IDs in this video. In the next one, I'll be introducing the div tag, which we did see at the beginning of the HTML section, but you can be forgiven for forgetting it. So now we'll find out what its purpose is and how you can use it to apply styles to a group of HTML elements. See you then. So now that you're familiar with applying stylings to classes and IDs, we're going to apply those styles to a group of HTML elements. And the usual way to do that is to split them up inside divs. So div is just short for division. And let's say for some reason I wanted to take those first two paragraph tags and split them into a separate div to the rest. I'll try and get my indenting nice. There we go. For now, I'm going to take away my classes for those as well. So you can see in itself, the div doesn't do anything. It doesn't apply any classes or make it look any different. But if I apply a class to that div, I might want to give it a class of first section. And notice I've used a dash there, not a space. You should never use spaces in your class or ID names. And in fact, I think I'll make that an ID because there's only going to be one first section. So it makes more sense to give it an ID rather than a class. So then I might want all the text in that first section to be blue. So can you apply that for me? Make all the text in the first section div blue with just a single CSS command. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. It's an ID, so we're going to use hash and then first section. Then we add in our curly brackets, and then if we want everything to be blue, we just use color colon blue. There we go, and then that will style everything inside the first section div as blue. So that's one way of using divs to style the contents, but we can also apply the style to the div itself. So let's say we wanted a pink background for some reason in this first section. Then we could set the background color to pink. There we go. And then you can see now we've got a really separate section to the rest of the page. And you can also then see the limits of what the div is. So the div is that box, which goes all the way across the page and contains those two paragraphs. We might want to also change the width of this div. So rather than go all the way across the page, we might want to go halfway across the page. And we do that just using width and 50%. That would take it halfway across the page. There we go. We could also set the width to a certain number of pixels. So if we made it 100 pixels, for example, px, then that would mean that the text would start to go on to multiple lines. And that's more or less all there is to it. We can use divs to apply styles to the contents of the div, but also to the div itself, like this background color. So very quick challenge for you. Can you put a div around the third paragraph tag and the H1 and then give them both a yellow background? Go for it. All right, hope that went well. It should have just been something like div, and then you could have done it with a class or an ID. I'm going to give it an ID of second section. That seems to make sense. And then I'll close my div after the H1. And I hope you did your indenting all nicely. And that's all we need in terms of HTML. So to apply the background, we just use the hash and then second section to select that div. And then we want a background color of yellow. There we go. So we're still a fairly long way from beautiful websites, but we're coming on quickly in our ability to apply a range of styles to different objects in groups and with classes and IDs. So I hope this is all making sense so far. We're now going to look at specific stylings, how you achieve certain effects, and we're going to start in the next video looking in more detail at color. So now that we've learned how to apply CSS to different portions of our HTML, we're going to, in the next few videos, look in more detail at specific CSS styles. And we'll start with one that we've looked at already, and that is color. So we've already looked at two different ways of changing the color of your document. So the first is applying the color of the text. And for that, we just use color and then whatever color we want. The other one we've seen is changing the background color of an object, and that's pretty easy as well. Background-color and then whatever color you want. Of course, though, not all colors have names. You might want to be a little bit more precise about the color that you want rather than just allowing the browser to decide what sort of blue you want. And there's a much more accurate way you can use to get perfect colors, and that is using HTML color codes. So have a quick Google, HTML color codes, and that will take you to most likely htmlcolorcodes.info or a similar site. So I'm going to use this nice diagram here, and then we can click on any of those squares to get a particular color code for that color. So let's say I want to use that particular shade of green, I think I'd say it is. Then this here is what's known as its alphanumeric, because it's got letters and numbers in it, color code. So if I want to use that instead of a name for the color, all I do is I replace the name, so pink, with the code. And notice that we need to have a hash symbol before the code, and my text editor here even knows what color that is, which is nice. So then if we go back and have a look at our page, that background has changed to that nice light green. So that's more or less all there is to it. Just to show you, on htmlcolorcodes.info you can also use a color picker, which allows you to be a lot more accurate, and you can choose a whole range of different colors and shades, and it will give you the color code for that. So let's say we want a sort of lightish blue here, then we can just copy that, Command C or Control C, and then I can make that the background for my second section. Of course, I do need to put the hash at the beginning. And there we go. One final thing before we move on. You'll notice this little eyedropper that's appeared up there. Chrome plugin called ColorZilla. There's lots of similar plugins that do the same thing, but this is the one that I use. It works and it's really simple. And what that allows you to do is essentially steal any color from any website or app that you want to use in your page. So say for example, I really liked the color in Google's logo on that G there, and I wanted to use that particular color in my website somewhere. I would take my eyedropper, having installed ColorZilla or something similar, and then pick color from page. And then you can see what's happening here is as I move my cursor around, it's picking up the colors underneath it and giving me the code for it. So if I go over that G there, you can see it's got that nice blue color. So if I click, it's now copied that color to the clipboard. So if I then changed my blue here from the default blue to that particular color code, then I now get a much nicer sort of softer blue than I had before. So that's a nice cheeky way. If you see on the web a color that you like the look of, then use ColorZilla to steal it and apply it in your own web pages. Great, so that's how we use any color that we want in our websites. In the next video, we'll look at the arrangement of our HTML elements using floating. Alright, so now we've looked at adding whatever colors we want to our CSS. We're going to change direction a little and look at positioning. Now, so far, you probably will have noticed that every paragraph tag and every div just appears directly below the previous one. Quite often that might be what you want, but perhaps we want this green box here to appear on the right and the left box to appear over here on the left where the green box currently is. How would we achieve that? Well, we do it using floats, and it's actually pretty simple. So first off, I'm just going to change the width of our two divs. Oh, I've lost my color somehow there. There we go. Just so that one's a little wider and this one is a little narrower. So I'll make them both 200 pixels so we can see more clearly where they've been moved to. So first off, let's say we want this green box to appear on the right over here. Let's give it a go. All we do is we take our first section and add in the styles float right. There we go, and let's take a look, see what effect that has. There we go, so that floats the green box to the right there. And you can see that if we expand the page, it floats all the way to the right of the page, however wide it is. Now what happens if we float it to the left? Let's take a look. We're now more or less back where we started, but without this default margin that we had in place, so there's now no gap between the two blocks. So what if I wanted the green box to be to the left of the blue box? Well, all I'd do there is float the blue box left as well. And there we go. So you can see the floats come one after the other, but everything that's floated left will be aligned to the left of the screen. Similarly, if we took the second section now and floated it right, what impact do you think that would have? All right, hope you got it. It will simply align it to the right of the screen. So hopefully that's reasonably straightforward. We've got floating to the left and floating to the right. What happens, you might be wondering, if we combine elements that are floated with elements that aren't floated? Let's find out. So if we add a paragraph tag, this paragraph is not floated. So have a quick guess, where do you think it's going to end up? Let's find out. In the middle, bizarrely enough. So anything that's not floated is just going to put itself in the flow of the page. So if we have a look, if we bring this in, it will try and squeeze itself into the gap, and if it can't, it will put itself underneath the other floated element. So this is actually a nice way to have, say, a left menu and a right menu or something like that, and then some content in between. But what if we wanted our paragraph to appear underneath both of these boxes? Well, there's a fairly easy way to do that as well, and I'll show you what it is. We actually introduce a new div after the divs that have been floated, and we're going to give this a special style. So I'll give it a class of, and I'll call it clear float. And what this div is going to do is effectively clear all of the floats so that anything after appears below anything that's been floated up here. And the CSS that we want for that is dot clear float to select that particular div. And then we use clear, and then you can see we've got the option here. We can clear all the left floats if we want, or the right floats, but normally we want to clear both left and right floats. So if we do that, the paragraph now appears beneath both of these floated divs. And that's about it. So to summarize, if you float something to the left, it will appear to the left of any non-floated content. If you float something to the right, it will appear to the right of any non-floated content. And if you want something to appear underneath all of your floated elements, then you use clear both on a special div to achieve that. Now we'll be looking at floating in a lot more detail later on in the project at the end of this section, where we'll be recreating the BBC News website. That's as far as we'll go for now. Feel free to have a little play around and see how floating behaves. We have lots of floating elements interacting with each other. But we're now going to move on slightly from floats to the related aspect of CSS positioning. So carrying on our investigation of how we can position our elements wherever we want them on the page, we're going to move away from floating and look at positioning. So floating has the advantage of being pretty flexible. It will float to the edge of the page however wide the user's screen is, which can often be very useful. Sometimes though you need a bit more precision and you want to know exactly where your elements are. And that's where positioning comes in. So first off, I'm going to get rid of all our floating so that we know where everything is to start with. So we don't need our clear float div anymore. And let's just check that that brings us back to where we were before. Wonderful. So maybe I want to take this green box and move it a little bit to the right. I don't want it quite left of the page. For some reason, I want to indent it a little bit. So there are several ways to do that, but we're going to do that now with positioning. So remember, the first box is our first section here. So first off, we tell the browser that we're going to be positioning this div. And we do that by setting the position to relative. Relative positioning means that we're going to be positioning it relative to where it would otherwise be. So at the moment, if we just take a look at that, that doesn't change anything at all because it is where it was, if you know what I mean. But if we wanted to move it relative to where it currently is, we would then add something like left and then say 200 pixels. And let's have a look and see what effect that has. So that now moves it 200 pixels in the horizontal direction. You might be slightly surprised that we've said left 200 and it's actually moved it to the right, but you could think of it as having almost a 200 pixel margin on the left there, and that's why it's moved to the right. If we wanted to move it to the left, we just do the same thing, but with a negative number of pixels. So let's try moving it to the left, fix 50 pixels. And there you go. You can see we've even moved it off the screen, and we can move it off the screen completely if we want. 500 pixels, you might wonder why we might want to do that. It can actually be quite useful because we might want to slide it in some sort of fancy animation later on, which we'll see how to do in the jQuery chapter. But for now, the main thing is we can move it left and right by having positive or negative numbers there. We can also move it up and down by adding a top property. Again, you can think of this a bit like having a margin at the top. So if we have a 100 pixel margin there, that will move it 100 pixels down. And there we go. So let's just, in fact, we'll have it 100 pixels there. So it's now 100 pixels to the right and 100 pixels down of where it would otherwise be. So this is what this relative positioning is all about. We're positioning it relative to where it was. So quick challenge for you. Can you move the blue box so it's 100 pixels to the right and 100 pixels up of where it is now? 100 pixels to the right, 100 pixels up. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. All we needed to do was set the position to relative again. And then 100 pixels right means left 100 pixels. And then for 100 pixels up, we're going to use a top of minus 100 pixels. If we used 100 pixels there, that would of course move it 100 pixels down. So let's just check. Wonderful. So it's now gone 100 pixels right and 100 pixels up. And we can use this relative positioning on any element. It doesn't have to be a box, it doesn't have to be a div. We could do it on the paragraph or a table or an image or anything that we wanted to be moved around in some way. Great. So I'm going to show you a different type of positioning in a moment. But first, I just want to move this second section back and just show you how when you've got two elements overlapping like this, you might want to change which one appears in front of the other. So by default, the green box here is in front of the blue one, but if we wanted it to be the other way round, we could change that with a Z index. So Z index works in this way. We can set the Z index of any element we like, so whether it be a div or a paragraph or whatever, and then the one with the highest Z index will appear at the front. So if I give this one, let's say a Z index of 1, and this one a Z index of 2, the second one, i.e. the blue one, should appear in front of the green one. That won't quite work as it is though, because Z index require a position of relative, or there are a couple of other position types that will work, but we've only seen relative so far, so we'll stick with that to work. So let's have a look now. There we go. So now the blue one is in front of the green one. So Z indexes are really handy if you want to have overlapping elements and you want to be very clear as to which is going to be in the front. And you can set the Z index whatever you like. So you could have 100 different values if you had 100 different things overlapping each other, which I probably wouldn't recommend, but you could do it if you wanted. One other little cheeky thing I'm going to show you is really to do with positioning, but while we're talking about layering, it's quite nice. You might want to have an element in the front which is a little bit see-through. so you can actually see the element behind it. And that's pretty easy to achieve. So at the moment, second section is in the front. So if we set the opacity, which is how opaque the object is, an opacity of 1 means that it will be completely solid, as it is now. An opacity of 0 means that it will be completely invisible, and it's there but we can't see it. And an opacity of, say, 0.5 means that it will be there but see-through. So you can choose whatever opacity you like on a scale of 0 to 1, and the bigger the number, the less see-through it is. So that can be really nice, especially if you're working with images, have a sort of slightly faded image behind your text or something like that, however you wanted to do it. All right, so we've had a lot of fun with relative positioning. I'm now going to show you a couple of other types of positioning which can be really useful as well. So if we go back to our default with no positioning at all, I'm going to start with a position of absolute. So instead of relative, we're now talking absolute. And this is now quite different to how we were working before with relative positioning. And let's just see how that affects the page. Aha! The second section has now completely disappeared. Well, it hasn't actually disappeared. What's happened is it's gone behind the first section. So if we change the width of that one to 400, you can see it's actually still there, as is the paragraph underneath, but they're behind it. And that's because absolute positioning then takes the object that you're positioning out of the flow of the page. So basically all the other elements position themselves as if this green box isn't there at all. So that can be really useful if you want something to be on top of everything else and for everything else to ignore that. And here then the positioning is relative to the top left of the page. So we can do similar things that we did before. We could move it 500 pixels to the right, and we could move it, say, 200 pixels down. And that would move it around in exactly the same way as we had before. But the main point of absolute positioning is it takes the element out of the flow of the page. So if you want something to position itself over the top of everything else, that's the way to do it. All right, so that's absolute positioning. Take it back to there now. So the last one I want to show you is a position of fixed. Now, how could this be different to the others, you wonder? Well, let's find out. If we have a look at how that looks by itself, it's exactly the same as absolute. So fixed is out of the flow of the page, just like absolute, and we can move it around just like absolute. So how is it different to absolute? Well, we can see this very clearly if, for example, I changed the height of my second section, which is the blue div here, and made it really big. So something like 5,000 pixels. Then we've now got a really long page, and watch what happens if I start to scroll down. Here we go. The green box stays in position. So that's how fixed is different to absolute. Absolute will move when the page is scrolled, fixed will not. So a typical example for a fixed position div might be if you want to have a menu at the top of your page and you want that to appear even as the user scrolls down the page, then you might use a fixed position for that. And there we go. So there's several different types of positioning there. I'll give you a quick summary. Remember, relative positioning means we can move the element relative to where it would otherwise be in the page. Absolute positioning takes the element out of the flow of the page and allows us to move it around relative to the top left of the page. And fixed positioning does the same thing, but it keeps the element fixed even when we scroll down the page. And for all three of those types, we can use left and top to move it left and right and up and down to get it exactly where we want it. We also saw how to use opacity to change how see-through an object is, and Z-index to help make clear which object goes in front when you've got two overlapping ones. Great, so lots of new information there. As always, do have a play around and see what you can make happen with these different positions. We're going to move on to something slightly different, and that is margins. So now that we've looked at positioning and several different types of it to see how we can use them to change the layout of our page, we're going to see how we can do that slightly differently with margins. So I'm just going to change our code, get rid of that big height there, and change the position here back to relative. So as I hope you remember, that in itself doesn't make any difference, but you'll remember also that we can do things like this. Once we've set the position to be relative, we can set the left property to 100 pixels, and that effectively gives it a margin to the left of 100 pixels. So what's the difference then between using relative positioning and using margins? Well, let's find out. So first of all, you notice I've got rid of the positioning completely here, so we're not doing positioning, we're using margins, and initially I'm going to set the margin to 100 pixels. So what does that do? Aha, so now we've got a margin of 100 pixels all the way round the box. So we've got obviously at the top, left, bottom, and right. So hopefully you can see straight away that this is different to positioning. Even though the effect might be we're moving it to the right and down, we are actually creating a margin all the way round, which we can't actually do with positioning. Now, if we wanted our blue box here to be to the right of that, then we would just float them both to the left, and I'll just do that quickly to show you that we do indeed have a margin all the way round. So there you go. If we stretch that out, you can see we've got the margin here, and now because these two are floated left, this blue box is now to the right of the green one, but it has this margin in between it. So that's the main difference really between positioning and margins, and you can use them in some cases for the same thing, but they are a little bit different. So let's just look at margins in a bit more detail and see what else we can do with them. So here we've got a margin of 100 pixels all the way around. What if we wanted to have a different margin on each edge? Well, that's pretty easy. We could have 100 pixels and then 50 pixels. Now let's see what that does. Okay, so that moves it over to the left. What we've effectively done there is we've set the top and bottom margins to 100 pixels, and we've set the left and right margins to 50 pixels. So if you want to pause the video and test by floating those two left, you'll see that the blue one ends up around there, so about 50 pixels to the right. So that's a really handy way of setting the top and bottom ones different to the left and right ones. But you could also set them all to something different. So let's have something like 20 pixels and 10 pixels. And then let's have a look. So what's going on here is this starts at the top and then goes round clockwise. So the top margin is 100 pixels up there. Then if we could see it, the right margin is 50 pixels. And then the bottom margin is 20 pixels, and then the left margin is 10 pixels. You might not be able to see that left margin very clearly, so let's just convince you by taking that back up to 100 pixels, and that now changes the left margin. So that's how you set each of the margins, top, right, bottom, and left individually. One last thing that you might want to do is only set one particular margin and leave the rest as whatever they are. And you can do that using margin dash and then bottom, left, right, top, depending on which one you want to change. So if we wanted to set margin left to be, I don't know, 150 pixels, then that will just set the left margin and it will leave the others as whatever they are. And that's pretty much it. So generally you would use margins when you wanted your element to remain in the flow of the page and to spread everything out relative to it. And you would use positioning if you wanted to take your element out of the flow of the page and move it around on top of other elements and that sort of thing. Very quick challenge then to give you an opportunity to practice margins. Can you take the blue div and make it so that it has margins of 50 pixels on the top and the bottom and 20 pixels left and right? And bonus points if you can do that in two different ways. So 50 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. Go for it. Hope that worked out for you. I'm going to show you a few different ways to do it. In fact, there are 3 different ways. So the first one I'll show you is a single margin. So we said 50 pixels top and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. Let's have a look. There we go. So we've got 50 pixels at the top and the bottom and 20 left. And if we could see it, there'd be 20 on the right as well there. So that's one way of doing it. That's probably the simplest solution. Another solution is to set all of them manually like that. And if we just have a look at that, that does exactly the same thing. So that was solution number 2. There is, however, a third solution. So super bonus marks if you got this one as well. We could set the margin top as being 50 pixels. And then I'm just going to save my typing a little bit. Set the bottom to be 50 pixels as well. Could set the left to be 20 pixels. And of course, set the right to be 20 pixels too. And that's another way to do it, even though it's a little bit more long-winded than the first 2 solutions that we had. All right, so that's how we use margins to move our elements around the page. We're now going to see how we can use something very similar called padding to provide a much needed bit of space between the edge of one element and the beginning of something inside it. We'll be looking at that in the next video. Let's take a quick moment out to see how much you've learned so far in this section, because we really have covered a huge amount. We started off looking at what CSS was and why it was a good idea and how we could use it to style our websites. We then looked at both inline and internal CSS. Then we discovered classes and IDs to allow us to apply those styles to certain elements. Then we created some divs to contain our elements. And then we moved on to look at specific CSS properties, starting with colors and then looking at floating, positioning, and margins. So that really is a huge amount, and well done for making it this far and staying with me. We're now going to look at padding, which allows us to do something very similar to margins, but inside an element. And you'll be pleased to know that we've got just a few videos to go until we've covered the basics of CSS, and we're going to do our big website project. I'll tell you more about that later on. So padding is pretty similar to margins, but it works on the inside of an object rather than the outside. So if, for example, we wanted to have a little bit of a gap between the green text here and the edge of the blue div, we could, I'll just get rid of the margin there, we could add a padding of, say, 5 pixels. And let's now have a look. So that's quite nice. It gives us a little bit of spacing in between the edge of the div and the content. So a quick challenge for you then. Could you set the padding within this blue box to be different? You can choose whatever values you like, but different on the top, right, bottom, and left. I think you can probably work out how to do that. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. It works in exactly the same way as margins. So we're going to use 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, and then 20 pixels. Let's have a look. There we go. Might not be that obvious, but we've got 5 pixels up here, 10 down here, 15 at the bottom, and then 20 on the left. It's worth noting that if we've specified a width, as we have here, the padding is on top of that width. So we've got our 400 pixels from, say, there to there, and then the padding, so the 10 pixels on the right and the 20 pixels on the left, will be on top of that 400 pixels. So quick question, what is the width of this box in pixels, the total width? Hope you got it. It's 400 plus the 10 on the right plus the 20 on the left, so 430 pixels in total. And that's definitely worth remembering. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble if you think that this is 400 pixels and then forget that it's actually 430. Alright, so that's more or less all you need to know about padding. Just one more thing I'm going to show you. You may have noticed that there's quite a bit of white space that we haven't programmed into our page here, that's there by default. And browsers have default margins and padding built in to their elements. And that can make things a little bit tricky if you're trying to get a really pixel perfect design. So if you do want to do that and get rid of all of those defaults, then I would do something like, first of all, starting off with the body. So we're now styling the actual body of the page itself, and set both the margin and the padding to 0. And let's have a look and see what effect that has. So you can now see it stretches right to the edge of the page. You'll notice as well that we've got this gap between our divs here and a gap up there. If we wanted to get rid of that, then we would actually set both the padding and the margin for the paragraph tags to 0. So that's what's causing that gap there. So if we set both of those in, then everything kind of condenses up. So that might not necessarily be what you want, but we've achieved the effect of getting everything really close to everything else. As a quick aside, if you're getting quite excited about this and think you might get really into web design with CSS, then working with something called a CSS reset makes these things a lot easier, because these default margins that we saw over here can actually vary from browser to browser. So using a CSS reset in your pages makes those the same, so you can be more sure that your website is going to look exactly the same in every browser. So feel free to investigate that a little bit more. And definitely if you're having issues that a website that you're making is different in different browsers, putting a CSS reset in there is probably a good idea. Alright, so that's as far as we're going to go with margins. In the next video, we'll look at how to add a nice bit of styling to the edges of your divs or other elements using borders. See you there. Alright, so we're now moving on from padding and margins to borders. So looking at how we can give borders to our elements and what different styles we can use. Alright, before we do that though, I'm going to give you a quick challenge because everything's getting a little bit complex here. So to make it easier just to work with borders, I'm going to reset everything back to 0. And then I'd like you to create, using just divs, 3 squares, 100 pixels wide and 100 pixels high, and make them red, blue, and green. So 3 squares, 100 pixels by 100 pixels, and red, blue, and green. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. I'm going to start with the HTML. And all we're going to need here is divs with IDs. I'm going to use IDs because there's only going to be one of each of them. And I'm going to call the first one square dash red. And then another one will be square dash blue. And the third will be, you've guessed it, square dash green. Okay, so obviously if we look at that, there's nothing there because there's no content. But we can add some styling to our divs, which will make them appear. So let's start with square dash red. So the main thing we'll need here is a background color of red. But we'll also need a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels. There we go. Wonderful. There's our red square. So let's copy and paste that for our blue and green squares. Now they're going to be exactly the same, except they're of course going to be blue and green. Let's have a look. There we go. So we've solved the problem, but it's not particularly elegant. If I wanted to change the size of all 3 of these squares, as I might want to do, then I'd have to update all of those. Similarly, I don't quite like the fact that they're attached and I'd like to add margins to them, but I'd have to do that separately for all 3, which is not a great way to set up our page because it requires a lot of work to update it. So what I'm going to do is add a class of square to each of these divs. And then I'm going to put anything that's common to all 3 of them into that square styling there. So the main thing that's common to all of them is the width and the height. So I'm going to put that in there, and then I can get rid of it for everywhere else. All right, so let's have a look. Excellent. It's still exactly the same as it was before, but we now have 2 big advantages. One is that we have less code than we had before. Well, probably just about. But the bigger one is that I can now update these squares with just one CSS styling. So as I mentioned, I'm going to add a little bit of a margin. Let's try 10 pixels just to spread them out a little bit. Yep, I think that looks better. Maybe even go for something like 40 pixels. Yeah. I'm also going to have them along the top for no particular reason, that I think that looks a little bit nicer. And I can do that really easily by just setting them all to float left. There we go. Brilliant. So I hope you managed that challenge, but also I hope it was useful to see the advantage of using IDs in some cases, but classes in another, to keep your code nice and easily updatable and changeable. All right, so now on to borders. So I'm going to do different borders for each of these boxes, and we'll start off with a nice straightforward one for red, and we'll have a 1 pixel black border. And we do that by setting up a border property, and then we have to specify 3 things. So the width of the border first off, so 1 pixel in this case, then the color of the border, so black in this case, and then the style of the border, and I'm going to use solid. There we go. So you can hopefully just about see that. Let's make it a little bit thicker. So we'll go for 10 pixels. And now you can really see it clearly there. So obviously you can change any of those. We could have a nice yellow border. We can change the width as we already have, and we can change the type as well. And if we want to get a list of the different types we can have, just Google border styles and then click on the top result. And you can see we've got solid, which is the one we've already used. But if you scroll down, then you can see all these different ones here. It's dotted, dashed, double, groove, ridge. So you can try all of these out. Let's have a look at double. There you go. So it sort of goes yellow, then red, then yellow. We can have dashed as well, which creates this dashed effect. And you're welcome to try out the other ones. To be honest, I don't use the different border styles very often. Solid is about all I regularly go for. Okay. Now we can do much more complicated things than that if we want to. So if we want to set, for example, the border to be different, top, left, bottom, and right, we can do that using border and then the various different options. So if we wanted to have a different style on top, left, bottom, and right, I've no idea why we would do that, but we might have border style, and then let's say start off with a ridged one, then a solid, then dotted, and then dashed. And just with margins and padding, this will be the top one, and then right, and then bottom and left. So let's have a look, see what horrendous border we're creating here. So you can see we've got some defaults of black and a certain width. I think that's about 3 pixels. We've got a different style on each one. So here's a challenge for you. Can you create it so that there's a different color on the top, right, bottom, and left as well? Go for it. Did you manage it? It's pretty similar. We just use border color, and then we could have green, and then let's use a few of these example ones: green, beige, pink, and pale goldenrod. That sounds good. Wonderful. So now we've got different colors. It's looking horrendous, but it's a good example of what we're capable of. And then finally, I'll just set a different width for each one as well. And we'll do that with border width. And we'll have 10 pixels, 5 pixels, 2 pixels, and 1 pixel. And there we go. So it looks pretty horrendous, but it's pretty powerful as well. We can really customize this as much as we want. And just like with margins and paddings, you could set this one by one using, for example, border left color, border left style, etc. All right, so finally, look at a much nicer use of borders, and this is a border radius. So rounded rectangles are still all the rage, and they're really easy to create using border radius. So strictly speaking, this isn't really a border at all, but let's have a look. In fact, let's make it a little bit bigger than that. Have a 20 pixels border radius. What that will do, it doesn't actually add a border at all, but it adds a radius to the edge of our square, which, unlike our second example there, and really the first one too, does look quite aesthetically pleasing. So I'd recommend getting border radius into your toolkit as a web developer. Final quick border radius challenge then. Could you change this border radius style so that it creates a circle from this square? And bonus points if you can do it 2 different ways. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. All we need to do is set the border radius to half of the width of our square. So our square is 100 pixels. So if we set the border radius to 50 pixels, then the border radius effectively goes all the way from the middle of the top to the middle of the right. So we get a lovely circle. The other way to do it would be to set the border radius to 50%. And the advantage of doing it that way is then it will be a circle regardless of the size, because the border radius will always be half of whatever the width of the div is. So if we change the width of all of these, for example, to be 400 pixels, then you can see it stretches out the border radius all the way. And if the height was 400 pixels as well, then we'd get a really nice big circle. So you can use border radius to create circles out of squares. Wonderful. So we're now coming to the end of our CSS section, but we have a couple of videos before our big CSS project where we're going to clone the BBC News website. And those last few videos are going to focus on styling text with CSS. So the last few videos of this section, we're going to be moving on from layout and color and focusing on text. So let's get rid of all our styles and indeed our content so far. And we're going to start by seeing how we can change the font or typeface of our text. So let's start by adding a little bit of text. I'm going to use the phenomenally boring, this is some text. But you can use something even more exciting than that if you like. Now, of course, to style that, probably the easiest way is to set up some styles for our P tags. And before I do anything new and fancy, I always like just to check that everything's kind of connected up right. So you might do something like font size 200%. And then just have a look. There we go. So this CSS is definitely connecting to this content. So even if I have a problem with my font changing CSS, I know that it's not down to an issue that I've spelt style like that or something like that. So that's a good trick that I always use before I'm doing something new. So changing the font with CSS is pretty straightforward. We use the property font family. Now the challenge with font family is that you have to remember what the font families are. Now fortunately, my text editor here has given me a few that I can work with. So let's go for fantasy to get something that hopefully will look completely different to plain old text. And there we go. You can see this is definitely a different sort of font than what we would have got without it. So now we've changed the font, but how do we know what fonts are available other than the ones that happen to appear in the drop-down list? Well, I would do a quick Google of web safe fonts. And then the top result for me is this w3schools.com link, which is perfect. And then this will give you a list of the fonts that are pretty safe to use. That means they're supported by most browsers. So we've got Georgia here, Palatino, Linotype, Times New Roman, and sans serif. That means without little ticks. So Arial, Arial Black, Comic Sans, etc. And a couple of monospace fonts as well, in which all of the characters have the same width. They're particularly good if you want to display code on your website. So you can try some of those out. Let's just pop on one. We'll try Arial, just because it looks different once again than what we have. So Arial. There we go. Let's refresh. There we go. So that's what Arial looks like. Now you'll notice though that most of these in fact have not just one, but they have several different ones. Most have three. So we've got Times New Roman, Times, and Serif. Now this is actually a really nice feature of CSS fonts, and it's known as fallback. So if the Times New Roman font is available on the system of whoever's looking at your website, then it will display the text with Times New Roman font. If not, it'll fall back to the Times font. And if it doesn't have that, it'll fall back to the standard serif font, whatever that is on the machine of your user. So if you're going to change fonts, it's always a good idea to have several different ones so that you can be sure that you're getting something that looks close to the font that you really want, even if they haven't got the perfect font already on their system. So you should always have several different font families, getting increasingly more general as you go across the commas like that. So that's pretty much it when it comes to web safe fonts. You'll notice though that there's not a huge number of these, and if you're really picky about what you want your website to look like, there might not be one there that's close enough to the vision that you have in mind. So I'm going to show you as well how to use Google Fonts, which is a huge range of free to use fonts that you can find just by Googling Google Fonts, and then click on the top result. It should take you to fonts.google.com, and Google Fonts looks like this. So it's really well organized. You can see how all the fonts look, and you can use categories on the left to identify particular types of font that you're interested in, and then you can use any one you like in your web pages. So there's a particular one that I like, so I'm going to choose the search option and then search for shadow, and this Shadows into Light font is the one I'm going to use. I think it's very nice. But the process of getting it onto your web page is exactly the same regardless of which font you want. So first off, just click the plus button and you'll get this little box appear at the bottom saying one family selected. You can select more than one if you want, but I'll just keep to the one. And then you can see we've got this embed font section here. So all we need to do is copy that code. We'll explain what it means in a minute. And then we go back to our HTML page, and then you can paste this in anywhere in the head section. It will actually work anywhere in the document, but normally we put our fonts and other styles in the head section. So you can see what this is doing is essentially bringing in a style sheet. That is some CSS, and it's getting it from this URL here, fonts.googleapis.com/CSS. And then you can see we've got what's known as a query string, that is a question mark, and then family, and then the name of our font family there. So that will bring in the font code to our page, but how do we actually use it? Well, to use it, we go back to our Google Fonts page, and then you can see here in the specify in CSS, we've got the CSS code that we need to bring that into our page. So just select that, Control C or Command C, and then we just replace our font family Fantasy, which is what we had before, to that code. Our font family is now going to be Shadows into Light and Cursive. So save that, go back over to our web page, and when you refresh it, you can see we've now got that very nice font. Excellent. So you can now add any font you like. Feel free to experiment a little and try out some different fonts from Google Fonts or elsewhere. But for now, we're going to move straight on to customizing text in more detail with styling text in the next video. Now that we know how to set the font of our text, we're going to look at styling it in other ways. So this is making text bold, underlining it, making it italic, and a lot more. We did, of course, see how to do that in the HTML section, but I hope that you're reasonably convinced that it's best generally to keep styles separate from content. So rather than using strong, for example, to have some bold text, we're better off putting that information in our style sheet so that we can apply it to multiple styles and update it and manage our website much more easily. So let's start off indeed with some bold, and I'm going to get rid of this Google Fonts just to avoid any confusion. And so let's see how we make our text bold. It's pretty easy. We use font weight. Now we can be really precise with our font weight and use a particular number, or we can use one of the standard options, and I would normally for bold go for bold. So that will set our text to be bold. So what about italic text? Well, first off, let's just switch this to a class so that we can have a nice reference for you with lots of different types of text formatting. So we'll have italic there. So this is going to be some italic text. And then dot italic to select that class. And for italic, we use font style. And we've got normal there, which is the standard oblique, and we're going to be doing italic. There you go. So bold and italic. Now I'm going to set you a quick challenge. I'm going to put an extra bit of text here saying this and this is bold and italic. And I'd like you to somehow, any way you like, make that sentence both bold and italic. Go for it. I hope you managed it. I hope you used some sort of a span around that sentence. And then I think the easiest way to do it is just to apply the bold class to that span. And then the span will be both bold and italic because it's part of the paragraph. Let's have a look. There we go. But if you had a separate class for that one, which was bold and italic, that's fine, but you've kind of made it italic twice because it was already italic from the paragraph tag. All right, the third new type I'm going to show you is underlining. So let's just copy that and we'll have a class of underline. And we'll have this text is underlined. And it's pretty easy to do once again. So underlined to select that, and then text decoration and underline. Let's have a look. There you go. So those are the three major types of text styling that you're likely to use. As it happens, I probably use text decoration none more often than I use underline, because quite often I want my links not to be underlined. And let's just have a quick look. We'll have an empty link there. This is a link. So by default, of course, links are underlined. If, as is the style in many websites these days, you don't want your links to be underlined, then you would just set an instruction in your CSS for all links, that is A, and set the text decoration to none. That's a really handy thing to do to stop your links being underlined. But just to confuse things, or to avoid confusion, we'll set that back to underlined. So this is a non-underlined link. There we go. One cheeky trick I'm going to show you is allowing a link to be underlined when the mouse hovers over it, which is quite a nice way of just confirming to the user that this is indeed a link. And you can do that using what's known as a pseudo selector, which is styling a link in a certain condition. So this will style the link when it's in its hover state, i.e. the user is hovering the mouse over it. So we can then bring in text decoration underline for that. And let's have a look. Now, when we bring the mouse over, it's underlined. And we could even change the color. If we wanted to, for some reason, we could make it underlined and green when the user hovers over it. Okay. The one last one I'm going to show you is one that we've definitely seen before, which is making text big. And we do that with the font size property. And we can make that whatever we like. Normally I'd go for something like 200% to make it twice as big as normal. There we go. So nice big text. And of course we've seen coloring as well. So those are the basics. Those are definitely the ones I would use on a day-to-day basis. But there are a lot more. To show you a few of them, I'd Google something like CSS styling text. And then again, W3 Schools comes up at the top. And they've got a few ones that we're used to. So text color, we know all about that. Text alignment, we're actually looking at in the next video. And then text decoration. So this is underlining or not underlining. And there's a few other options there as well. Overline with a line at the top and line through. You can transform your text into all uppercase or lowercase if you want to. Indent the first line. You can change the spacing between letters, change the line height, even change the text decoration if you really want to. And word spacing can be changed there as well. So you can really completely customize the way your text looks using some pretty basic CSS. Great. So that's how we customize the style of our text. In the next video, I mentioned we're going to see how we can align our text very easily to have it left aligned, right aligned, centered, or justified. Okay, now we know how to style our text, we're going to see how we can align it. So this essentially means having it on the left of the page, the right of the page, in the middle, or justified, so spread out to fill the whole page. So let's take just our first paragraph. And we'll get rid of the bold class because we're not going to be bold anymore. Well, not in terms of CSS anyway. There we go. So if I want this text aligned to the right of the page, then I simply do text align, and then you can see the options there. The one that I want this time, of course, is right. And very simple. That will align it to the right of the page. Or to be more precise, I should say it will align it to the right of the parent element. So this is the element which this is contained in. So the paragraph tag is currently contained within the body tag. So it aligns to the right of the body tag, which is essentially the right of the page. But if I put it inside, say, a div tag, and then I set that div tag to have, say, a width of maybe 300 pixels, and let's do a background color as well, just so we can see it really clearly, then you can see the text aligns to the right of the div because the paragraph tag is now contained within the div. So this alignment applies to the container element or the parent element. Okay, I'm just going to set a height for this div as well, so it's a little bit bigger, and then we can see what our text is doing. So that's our right aligned text. Left aligned is obviously standard. You can use text align is left if you want to, but it will be left by default anyway. So, quick challenge for you. Can you create another paragraph tag with some centered text in it? Go for it. All right. Hope you managed it. Let's have a class of centered, and I am going to spell it ER. Otherwise we get very confused because we have to use the correct or American spellings in our code. So let's have centered, and then very simply, as I hope you managed to figure out, text align center. There it is. This text is centered. Let's take a look. There it is. So the right aligned is obviously still right aligned, and that is then centered. Okay, so that's almost all we need to see, but I'd like to show you justified as well. Incidentally, one of my favorite TV programs as well, but not one of my favorite font spacings. I think it often looks pretty odd on websites if you have a really big chunk of text, but that's obviously up to you as the web designer. So to create justified text, we just use, as you might imagine, text align is, and then justify. Now, in order to see the difference here, we're probably going to need several copies of that sentence. And let's make it a little bit taller as well. Let's take a look. There we go. So you can see what's happened there is it stretched the text right to the edge of the page. And it does that by changing the letter and word spacing. So sometimes that might make your text look a little bit strange, especially if you've got some long words. So I'd use justified sparingly, but if you want to use it, that's how you do it. All right, so that's all we're going to see in terms of text alignment. But at this point, there is one more thing I want to show you. When you're creating a website for a client, quite often they won't have given you the copy for the website yet, and you'll need to put some website copy in there. Now, you don't generally want to put this text is justified repeated lots and lots of times because it doesn't look very natural and the client will be a bit confused. So you may have seen something called lorem ipsum. Now, if you really want to know the facts behind lorem ipsum, you can click that first link, but I'm going to jump straight to the generator, which is a really handy page for basically creating Latin text. I have no idea what that means. I don't really care. But what I can do is then just take that text and copy it into my page there. Let's get rid of the height so that it can change the height automatically, and then have a look. And now I've got a much more realistic idea of how that text is going to look, regardless of what text gets put in there eventually. So lorem ipsum has become the internet standard for generic text. If you want to see what your website's going to look like before you have the actual text, this will give you a pretty good idea. All right, so we're nearly there. Just one more video to go. We're going to look at links in a little bit more detail and those pseudo classes that we saw very briefly in the previous video. And then we're going to be on our big CSS challenge, recreating the BBC News website. So we're almost at the point where we can do our big CSS project. But before we do that, I just want to show you a little bit of styling links because they're very important and there's some quite useful things that we can do with them. So first off, if you can remember this from a couple of videos ago, can you create a link to say google.com, which is not underlined, but then underlines when you hover over it with your mouse? Go for it. All right, hope you managed to do that. To create a link, of course, we use an A and then an href to refer to where we want it to go. I wonder if any of you put google.com like that in your link and then clicked and then got an error. Can you think why that would be? It's because you need the HTTP at the top to tell your browser that this is not a relative link. So without that, your browser will actually go to google.com on your website, which in this case, of course, doesn't exist. So you need to put HTTP at the front and then : / and then probably www. Is a good idea, even though google.com will work without it. So there's our link. Let's just go back and now make sure that that works. Yep, wonderful. This is, of course, underlined though, so let's change our styles so that the standard A link is not underlined. And we do that with text decoration none. But then if we want it to be underlined on hover, we use the pseudo class hover and then text decoration underline, as we've seen before. Okay, so it's not underlined there, underlined when you hover over. Fantastic. So a couple of new things I want to show you. The first is that you can get a link to open in a new tab, which is particularly useful if you want to link to something which is off your website, but leave your website open. So let's copy our Google link to see how we do that. All we do is we set the target attribute of the link to blank. And that will then open a new tab. So Google in a new tab, just so we know which one's which, and open the link in it. Let's have a look. There we go. Fantastic. I think I'm just going to put those in paragraph tags so that they look a little bit more separated. There we go. And then I just want to show you a couple more of these pseudo classes. So we can use hover to decide what it looks like when someone hovers over it. So at the moment it's underlined. We can also use visited to change what it looks like when the user has been there. So if I change this link to a website that I've not been to before, pretty sure I haven't been to google.se, for example, then you can see it's blue. So blue is the standard color for links that I haven't been to before, and purple is the color for links that I have been to before. But we can change that, and we can make that whatever we like. So for example, we might want visited links to be not green, but green for some reason. And then you can see that one becomes green. This one is still blue, but if I click on it and then go back, you can see now it's green because my browser knows that I've been there. So there's a couple more pseudo classes that you can use if you like. To find them, you could just search for pseudo classes links, something like that should get you there. There you go. Good old W3 Schools again. Shows you what they are. So these are the examples. We've seen visited and hover. There's also just a normal link. So if we wanted to style a link that hasn't been visited and is not being hovered over, then we can do that. And an active link, i.e. the link of the page that we're on at the moment, then we can use a : active to style that specifically if we'd wanted to do that. There we go. So congratulations, you've made it to the end of the core part of the CSS section of the Complete Web Developer course. It's quite an achievement and you've learned a huge amount. The best way to keep that all in your head though is to practice it. And one of the best ways that I've learned to do this is by attempting to copy existing websites. And that's what we'll be doing in the next few videos. So congratulations once again on making it to the end of the CSS section of this course. You've gone from almost no knowledge of CSS to exactly how to implement it into your pages, and then some really quite advanced CSS techniques involving pseudo classes, layouts, selectors like classes and IDs, and a lot more. So now's your chance to use all of those skills and create something real. The challenge I'm about to set will definitely be the toughest challenge that you've had so far in this course. But I hope that you'll learn the most from it as well. So what we're going to be doing is cloning this page, the BBC News website. And I've chosen the tech page, not because I don't like ASDA, but as an upcoming web developer, you should definitely be keeping up with the latest tech developments. So creating something like this is definitely not going to be easy, but the more effort you put into figuring stuff out yourself, the more you'll learn from it. So one option is to follow along with me as I recreate this page, which is perfectly fine, but I would certainly recommend at least attempting recreating parts of it on your own. You've got all the skill and techniques that you need, and if you've forgotten any or want to try something else, there's always Google to figure out something more advanced. So if you possibly can, have a go at it yourself before you watch the videos and follow along with me. One word of warning, don't necessarily be too fussy. We're not going to use the exact same font, and some of our layouts might not be exactly the same as this site, but it'll be close enough that the layman probably couldn't tell the difference, at least at first glance. One final thing before we begin. Of course, the news on whatever day you're doing this is going to be different to what I'm seeing here. I think that's a plus, and it will give you the opportunity to do something slightly different to what I've done. But if you want the exact same page that I'm going to be working with, then you can jump to completewebdevelopercourse.com/clone. And we're going to be doing it without the cookie message at the top. So this is the exact page, and this is not going to change. I'm going to go as far as about this line here, so where that grey line is all the way along, because I don't think you'll necessarily want to watch me for hours and hours recreating the whole page. We'll just do that top part there. If you want to be super creative, feel free to choose another website to clone, or do this one and then do a different one. But I think the BBC site is a great looking site. You'll learn a huge amount by attempting to copy it as well. One final word of warning, don't attempt to try and recreate the responsiveness of the site. So the BBC website is responsive, which means that it looks different and lays out nicely regardless of the screen width. We're not going to try and recreate that at this stage. We don't have the techniques, but we will be covering them later on in the course. So all you're aiming to do is create something that looks like this. I also wouldn't worry too much about making it look exactly right in every browser. Focus on getting it right in Chrome, and your cross-browser development skills will come along as the course goes on. All right then, so good luck. I hope you enjoy the challenge. And when you've done it, do come back and watch me give it a shot. Okay, here we go then. So I'm going to start by creating a new page. So I'm going to do that within brackets. So we'll go to File, Save As. You obviously do it in your text editor. And then I'll just call it bbc.html. Save it there. And then we'll get rid of the style from the previous video, and we'll change the title so that that matches technology-BBC News. So I've just copied that from up there. And then let's jump over and change this so that we're looking at the right page in our browser. Okay, and a quick check is always good. There we are. And we've got the right website title as well. All right then, here we go. Deep breath. I'm going to essentially start from the top left and work my way along. And that bar at the top definitely looks to me like a good place to start with a div. Definitely, that's a section of the page which is different to everything else. So let's start there. And we'll create our div. And I'm going to give it an ID of top bar, because it's the bar at the top of the page. Now, it's got a white background, or at least it looks white to me. I'm going to use the color picker just to check that it is. Yes, it is. So all those Fs in the middle are a complete white, so I don't need to give it a particular background. What I do need to do is center it. So you can see there it's got a fixed width, but it is centered in the page. So as far as my clone is concerned, I could forget that centered bit, but I would quite like to do it. So let's have a quick Google to see if we can work out how to center a div within the page. Oh, there we go. Center div in page. That looks good. That takes us to stackoverflow.com. If you haven't discovered stackoverflow.com yet, then you haven't been Googling enough to work out how to do things, because it comes up all the time. It's a great site. So it looks to me that we can center our div by giving it a fixed width and then setting the margin to 0 and auto. So that's going to be a 0 margin at the top and the bottom and an auto margin on the left and right. So that should center it for us. Great. So let's do that. So for our top bar, we're going to use hash and then top bar, and we'll experiment a bit with the width. I think about 1,000 pixels is likely to be about right. And then, as we saw, we want margin 0 and then auto. And I'm actually just going to give it a temporary background color so that I can see how wide it is. And I think we'll need to give it a height as well. So we'll experiment with that. My guess would be around 40 pixels. Okay, let's take a look. So there we go. Excellent. So I think that looks good. It's about the right width and height, but we do have this bar at the top there, which I want to get rid of. We did see how to do that a few videos ago. I wonder if you can remember. It's just a matter of setting the body margin and padding to 0. So that should now align it to the very top left. There we go, or to the very top anyway. Left only if it happens to be smaller than 800 pixels. Okay, so now we can get rid of our background color. And the first thing we're going to want is this BBC logo. So I'm just going to steal it directly from the page by right-clicking or control-clicking and then save image as. Then I'm actually going to create a new folder called images. You don't have to do this, but it's quite a neat way of keeping all your images separate from your HTML files. And I'm going to call this BBC logo. Okay, so now we've got BBC logo.png. So let's pop it in and see what it looks like. So we add an image using img, and then we want src, and it's going to be in images / and I even get that nice auto predict there. Brilliant. Let's take a look. Fantastic. So I'm very happy with that, but it is at the top of the page and we want it down slightly. So I'm going to give it a margin at the top. So let's give it an ID of logo. It's definitely an ID because there's only one logo. And then with the logo, I want to set a margin top of, let's say, 5 pixels. Let's have a look at that. Okay, I think we could make it a little bit more than that, maybe 8. Remember, we're not worrying about purely pixel perfect here, but that looks about right. It's definitely a bit smaller by default as well, so I'm going to stretch it out a bit. Let's try giving it a width of maybe 120 pixels. Okay, a little too big. Let's try 100 pixels. Okay, that looks about right to me. Alright, so now we've got our logo. The bit to the right of here, we want a nice vertical border there. And we've actually got those to separate out each of these. So I'm going to create a class for those with a border on the left. So we'll need to float the logo to the left, because we're going to want to put other things to the right of it. And then let's create this sign-in div. So we're still inside the top bar here. And we'll call it sign-in div. There we go. Now we want it floated left, and we want it with a border to the left. And we're going to want that for all of the top bar sections here. So I'm going to create a class of top bar section. And then I'm going to assign those styles to that. So we want them all to float left. And we want this border left. And let's try 1px gray solid. See how that looks. And there's nothing there. That's interesting. I suspect that's because we don't have a height yet. So let's make it a height of 100% so it will completely fill the top bar. And there we go. So now we can see it. It needs a bit of work. So I think I'm going to add a margin to the right of my BBC image. So that's logo here, just to spread that out. And let's have a look. How wide do we want this to be? About the same as the distance from the top. So let's try a margin right of 8 pixels. Okay, that looks pretty good. We haven't got the color right though, so let's use our color picker to pick a color from the page, and then try and isolate the color that we want. It's pretty tricky to do at this scale, so I'm going to zoom in as much as I can, and we can see that it's 1 pixel here. It's tricky to get it just right, but I think it's that CCCCC there. That looks like the right sort of grey to me. So let's jump back and change the border color from grey to hash CCCCCC. Let's take a look. Okay, that looks much better. Great, I'm going to fix the height later on because I want to put some content in first. So let's zoom out again. So we've got two things here. We've got this image and then we've got the sign in text. So let's zoom in. And if we right click on this image, you'll see that we can't actually download it directly. So I'm actually going to use the screen grab tool on the Mac, which is Command-Shift-4. And that will allow me to select the image and save it to my desktop. If you're on Windows, you can use the snipping tool to do the same thing. Or if you have problems with that, you can always download it from the zip at the end of this section, which gives you the whole of my version of the BBC page. So I'm going to go back over to Finder, and there's the file. So it's a screenshot and then the date and time. I'm going to change that to sign in image. And then I'm going to copy it to the clipboard and pop it in my images folder. There we go. So now let's jump back over and add that in. So we're going to put this in the sign in div, and it's an image with an src of images, and then sign in image.png. There we go. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so we've got it. It's a little larger than we need. So let's give it an ID of sign in image, and then use a bit of CSS to customize that. So we'll create a sign in image selector, and then we'll set the width. Let's try 10 pixels. Ooh, a little bit small. 40 pixels, a bit too big. 30 pixels. We zoom out again. I think that looks about right. We want the same kind of height as the BBC logo, so I like that. And we'll need some margin for it as well. We want a top margin and a left margin. So let's see if we can do a margin all the way around. Let's try 8 pixels. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think that is about right, although the left margin is actually a little bit more. So I'm going to change that. So we've got 8 pixels at the top and maybe 15 pixels on the left. Let's just have a look at that. There we go. I think that looks a little better. It's maybe a bit large. So let's make it slightly smaller. And give it more of a margin at the top. Okay, that looks better. Touch more margin at the top, I think, bring it down a little bit. Brilliant. Okay, so next bit is this sign in text. So we're going to need to change the font and make it bold. So let's add in that. Just make sure I get the capitalization right. So it's sign in with a small I. There we go. Okay, so we definitely want to float this image to the left so that it's to the left of our sign in text. So let's just add that in. That's better. And now let's get this font right. Now I'm going to show you a little trick. I think we'll use the same font throughout. So if we select a certain bit of text, right click or control click in Chrome and then inspect, this will give us a bit of information about that particular text. And the computed section is particularly useful because it gives you a bit of information about that text. So that can be really handy. We're going to particularly focus on the font family. There we go. So the font family is something called Helmet. I think I'm going to go for just this last bit here. So Helvetica, Arial and Sans Serif, because I suspect these ones are custom fonts for the BBC site. So let's see if we can change the font, and we're going to want to change the font for pretty much everything. So let's do that within our body tag, and we want to set the font family to Helvetica, Arial and then sans serif if we can't get either of those. So let's have a look. That should change the font of our sign in. Fantastic. So I think this can be a span. because it's not quite a paragraph on its own. So we'll call it sign in text, and we don't need to do a lot with it. We need to make it bold, maybe change the size and then move it down a touch. I'm actually looking at the sign in image there. I think it should be slightly higher. See if that looks better. So let's take our sign in text selector and we want font weight bold. I'm going to make it a touch smaller. Font size, let's try 90%. And then let's try moving it down around 11 pixels. Okay, I'm liking the size and font weight. It's not liking my margin top though. So I suspect that's because it doesn't want to apply a margin to a span. So let's try doing it with positioning instead. So we'll give it a relative positioning with a top of 11%. 11 pixels, sorry. There we go, that looks good. So it's moving down. I think we need to move it a bit further. 15 pixels. Slightly too far. 14. Okay, I'm liking that. Okay, that looks pretty similar. You'll notice that there is this nice color that appears on mouse over here. We're not going to be recreating that. We don't have the skills for that yet, I'm afraid. If you want to check out how to do that with JavaScript, then feel free. It's not too tricky, but it's definitely beyond our abilities right now. Next then, we've got this slightly strange wiggly line there. I'm going to use Command-Shift-4 again to take a screenshot of that. I'll try and get it as accurately as I can. And I recommend doing the same thing with the snipping tool down to the bottom. And while I'm here, I'll do the same thing for the bell. There we go. So let's find those. There they are. So I'll rename this one bell. And I'll call this one wiggly line. Now you can see I've copied some of the top of the screen there. If you're on a Mac, there's an easy way to fix that. You can just double click on your image and then zoom in and select the bit that you want to keep, and then use Command K to crop, and then you're left with just the bit that you want. So that's really useful. You'll need to use an image editor if you're on a PC to do the same thing, or you could just use the images in the zip file at the end of this section if you'd rather. So let's select wiggly line and bell, and then copy them back into our images folder. All right, so our wiggly line is going to go somewhat to the right of sign in there. So I think it deserves its own div. Which is going to be here. So we're still inside top bar, but we're not in sign in div at the moment. I'll call this one bell div. There we go. And then the first thing that we're going to want in our bell div is our image, which is going to be our wiggly line.png. So let's just have a little look about that. Okay, that's fine, but it's obviously a little bit large. I suspect we'll need to mess around with that later, but let's just give it a height for the moment. I'll give it an ID of wiggly line, which is probably not the sort of professional sounding ID that you'd want to use in a final page, but it will do for our purposes. So wiggly line. We're going to want to float it left, and let's give it a height of Well, for now we can put 40 pixels, which is the same height that we gave the top bar originally. So that will do for now. We might need to perfect it when we've got everything in place. Obviously it's pretty close to sign in there. So what I'm going to do to fix that is give my sign in text span a right padding of, let's say, 50 pixels. See how that looks. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think that's about the right sort of distance along. Great. Now we're going to bring in our bell. So that's just going to go next to our wiggly line. So image, we'll call it bell, src is images, and then bell. Let's have a look. Okay, great. Happy with that, but obviously we need to make it a little bit smaller. So let's try a height of 15 pixels. See how that looks? Oh, a little bit too small. Maybe 25 pixels. Okay, yep, I like that. And then let's give it a margin. So let's try a top margin of around 12 pixels and a left and right margin, let's do it about the same, 12 pixels as well. Okay, that's definitely a little bit too much. Maybe 10, maybe 9. Okay, that'll do, and it's a little bit far from the wiggly line as well, so let's make that 10. Maybe still too far. Try 8. Okay, we can play with that and see how it looks. Now we're going to have our relatively easy bits, hopefully news, sport, weather, iPlayer, etc. So let's bring in a new class for those. So after the bell div, I did float the bell div left, did I? No, I didn't. So let's do that. There we go. So that means that everything will be to the left of it. Now these ones I think don't need a specific ID because they're all the same, but they will need a specific class. In fact, they might need 2 classes. They all have a margin left and they're all going to be floated left. So we can use the top bar section class for all of them. There we go. And then that first one there is just news. So let's see how that looks. Okay, so it looks fine, but I think we're going to need to make it bold, maybe a touch smaller, and we're going to need to add some margins to it. So let's call this top bar menu as well. So we've got 2 classes. And then specifically to top bar menu, we'll have a font weight of bold and a font size of, let's try 90%. We might not need it. And then we'll have a margin of, what did we have before? Actually, what worked for the sign-in text? 14 pixels. Let's try that. And we'll try 15 left and right as well. Okay, yes, I didn't mean margin. I definitely meant padding. Okay, so yeah, we're getting there. We've got much too much left margin there, and I think we need to move it up maybe just a touch. Let's try 13 pixels there. 15 pixels, and let's have 0 padding at the bottom, but then keep our 15 pixels on the right. See how that looks. Okay, that hasn't helped our problem with our line, so let's try specifying a particular height. Remember, the height is going to be plus the padding. So if we want the whole height of this thing to be 40 pixels, then we need to take away the padding at the top, which is 13 pixels. So that leaves us with 27 pixels. So let's have a look. Okay, that looks a lot better. Great. We might have to fiddle around with that a little bit later on, but that looks good enough for now. All right, so now we've got some easy bits. We just need to add sport, weather, iPlayer, TV, and more. So let's do that by copying these divs. So see if I can remember them. Sport. Nope, I can't. Sport, weather, iPlayer, TV, and more. There we go, let's have a look. All right, I think for the first time it's starting to take shape. I'm liking that. We do need a little down arrow there. We're not going to bring in this fancy menu there, but I will put the down arrow in. I suspect we'll need to do a little screenshot of it. That should be fine. There we go. So same as before, if you can't get that for whatever reason, then just grab it from the zip at the end of this section. So there's the more arrow, and let's bring that into our images folder. There we go. And then that's just going to go after more. So let's bring that in. Image with a source, and then images, more arrow. There it is. So we want it moved along a little bit, and of course the right size. So I'm liking the position, actually. That works quite well. So give it a more arrow ID. And then I think we need to change the size first of all. So let's try a width of 6 pixels. And we definitely want a margin left of, let's say, 15 pixels. Oh, definitely a little bit small. 16 pixels. Okay, yeah, that looks better. And maybe 20 pixels there, space it out a little bit. Great. All right, so that's looking good. Let's jump back over and see what we need to make next. So all we've actually got left in this top bar is this search box here, which is going to be a text input with a little bit of styling to get that image in the background. All right, so let's see if we can pull that off. We definitely need a new section. So let's create a new div with a class of top bar section. And then we'll start off just by putting an input with a type of text and seeing how that looks in itself. Okay, so we've got the input, but that's not quite what we're after. So let's do a little bit of work to try and make it look like that. So we're going to need to make it wider. We're going to need to set the background to that grey color. There it is. And we're going to need the magnifying glass image. So while I'm here, I'm going to use Command-Shift-4 again. You can use the snipper tool if you're on Windows. And I'm just going to copy that to the desktop. And there it is. So I'll call it magnifying glass. And then I've just copied it again, so Command C or Control C, and I'm going to paste it into the images folder with all our other images. There we go. So let's start by putting it about the right shape and size and that background. I think I've just lost the background color again. There we go. So I'll grab it again to the clipboard. So let's give this an ID of search box and then create some styles to make it look how we want. So we'll start off with a background color as that's in the clipboard. And that's going to be that number there, so that looks about right. We don't want any border here. So I'm just going to put in border none. Okay. We definitely want it a little bit taller than it currently is. But we might achieve that with padding. Let's have a look at just putting some text in there. So we definitely want to style that text a little bit. Try bold font weight first of all. And I think a little bit bigger. Yep. So let's try a font size of, start off with 14 pixels. I think that looks about right. And then we'll have a little bit of padding. Try out 5 pixels. Okay. I'm liking that. I think that's about close enough. We then definitely want a bit of margin. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think that's about right. You can obviously play with those depending on how much of a perfectionist you are. All right, so just before we add that image in, let's have another quick look at how it actually works. If we take a look at this search box here and drag the mouse over, we can actually see that the image is separate to the search box itself. So what we actually want to do is get our image to appear on the right of the search box. And it will be nice to do it in such a way that clicking on the magnifying glass does the actual search for us. Obviously, we're not going to create a functional search engine here, but we can do that last bit quite easily. So let's see how we achieve that. Our default way, if we just had an image, would be just after the input to have an image with an src of images and then magnifying glass. And we'll give that an ID of magnifying glass. There we go. And we're going to need to add a float left to the search box to make that float nicely. And then for now, let's just leave that blank and see how that looks. Okay, so we've overlapped our 800 or so pixels. I think that's fine. Let's make it a little bit smaller. And we're also going to want to remove the margin from the right of the search box as well. So let's change our margin to 5 pixels and then 0 and then 5 pixels. 5 pixels, and that should remove that margin so they're nice and together. Now I'm not happy with the coloring there, it doesn't seem to match up. So let's try that again. Just grabbing the right color. Doesn't seem to be working too well for me here. Okay, let's try that. E4, E4. Okay, that's a lot better. Excellent. So let's get this height right. Start off at around 15 pixels. Okay, that's handy. We're now in the right range. But we need to make it a little bit bigger. So let's go for 25 and let's add a margin top of 5 pixels as well. Okay, now we're looking good. So I think we need a couple more pixels in the height. Let's go for 27. There we go. Okay, that looks great. Now, what we can't do at the moment is what I mentioned earlier, which is click on that image. But I'm going to show you a nice and easy way that we can do that. All we need to do is change our image to an input with a type of image. And then that will make it clickable. And if we had a proper form there, that would actually submit the form as well. So you can see that that's now clickable and effectively does the same thing as a submit button. Of course, we don't have a form here. It won't actually submit, but if it did, we would. So that's as far as we're going to go on this video. Our top bar is now more or less complete. In the next video, we're going to create the news section there in red and then the menu underneath. I hope you're staying with me and that you're learning a lot at the same time. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so we're making good progress on our clone. So far, we've pretty much covered the top bar at the top. So our challenge in this video is going to be to recreate the dark and lighter red section of the header here. Now you can see that we've got the red and darker red bars extend right to the edge of the screen, whereas the content has the same width as before. So we're going to need an outer div which has a width of the whole screen, and then an inner div which has a width the same as the top bar that we created up there. So that should be pretty straightforward. It would definitely be worth clearing our floats to make sure that everything appears below the top bar here. So let's have a special div to clear everything. We're probably going to be using that more than once. So I'll create it as a class, and we just want to clear both floats. Not that we've got any right floats at the moment. And then I'm going to call this the menu bar, for lack of a better phrase. So I'm going to start with an ID of menu bar container. So this is going to be the full width div for this lighter red background. So let's just try and get our red color first off. That looks good. And then, what did I call it? Menu bar container. There we go. So we want a background color of that and a width of 100%. Let's have a look. Oh, we could do with a height as well. Let's try 100 pixels to start off. That's better. Okay, so we're looking pretty good already. In terms of height, I think that's a little bit high for just that top part there. So let's go for something like 70 pixels. Great. Then we're going to need our top bar, our menu bar, sorry, div to go within that. And that's going to be pretty similar, but we want it centered and to have a width the same as the top bar at the top. So let's go right back. Remember, we had 1000 pixels and a margin of 0 auto, which should give us the layout that we want and make it nice and centered as well. So in terms of content, we would just want the word news there. So I think I'm going to use an H1 for this. There we go. So the text is there. Got some strange padding coming in, and we definitely need a little bit of styling as well. Now, we're only going to have one H1 on our page, so we don't need to give it a class or an ID. I think we definitely want to take away any padding or margins. So let's set padding and margins to 0 for now. We might want to put some back in again. We definitely want it to be white. And I think we want it to be a little bit larger than it is now. So let's try a font size of 40 pixels. See how that looks. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we actually don't want it to be bold. So let's set the font weight to be normal. Great, that's looking better. It's not quite the same font, but it's close enough. But we do want a little bit of a margin at the top, I think. So we'll set margin top to be, that's too much. Maybe 10 pixels. Let's have a look. Now that's moved down the whole bar, which is not what we want. So let's switch that to a padding at the top. That's better. Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty close to what we've got there in the real thing. Fantastic. So now we just need to have our find local news link and that image there. I wonder if I can get it. No, not easily. Okay, so while I'm here, I'll do my screenshotting trick. And then let's jump over and copy that image. I'll call it a pointer. There's probably a better name for it, but that will do. Copy it into our images folder. Great. Okay. So we want a little box there and a link inside with our image to the right of it. So I think I'll use a div for that. Pop it after news, but this is going to be inside menu bar. So div ID equals, and let's remind ourselves what it actually says. Find local news. So let's call this local news. And the text, before I forget it, is going to be find local news. Let me just check the capitalization. Oh, all lower text, all lowercase, I mean at the beginning. And then we're going to want our image. And I called it pointer. Okay, let's have a quick look and see what that looks like with no styling at all. Needs a bit of work. All right, no problem though, we can handle this. So first off, we need to get that H1 to float left. In fact, we could possibly do without that, because what we're going to do now is get our div, which was called local-news, and we'll get that to float right. There it is. So we don't actually need this to float left. It's not going to cause any problems, but let's get rid of it. Always good to keep the code simple. So I'm actually going to just get rid of the float right temporarily so that I can see what I'm working with here. I have to make the browser window bigger and smaller every time. But in terms of, we want it white, quite large, and centered with a small grey box around it. So let's have color white. We do want it to be a link as well. So a href. I'll just leave it blank in terms of its destination. Not too worried about where it goes. Close that there. Now that's good, but it hasn't made our link white. And we're going to access that by using local-news and then a. And that will then style all the links within local news. So if we now have a look at that, we don't actually need that style. And there we go. So it is white, but I'm just going to temporarily pop back my float left into the H1 so that I can see it all there. That'll make it a lot easier to develop. Okay, we want to get rid of that underline. So text decoration none, but we want to bring it back in on hover. So local news a, and then the hover pseudo class, as we've seen before. Bring back the underline. So let's have a look at that. Lovely. All right, we need it a little bit bigger. So let's try a font size of 15 pixels. Ooh, too small. 25 pixels. Ooh. Don't forget pixels. There we go, a little big. Maybe I was right all along with my 15. No, that is definitely too small. Somewhere in between. 20, that looks about right. All right, now the link is definitely a little bit low down. So let's use a bit of positioning to move it back up again. So relative positioning, and then we'll set the top to, let's try out minus 20 pixels. That'll move it upwards. Okay, that looks pretty good, but let's try maybe 17. I like that, that looks more centered. Brilliant. And now let's style the image. We just need to make that a bit smaller really, and possibly change the position. We could give the image a particular ID, but slightly more fancy would be to take our local news and then style all the images within it. And there's only one, so that saves us having to create another ID for our pointer there. So let's change the height to be, let's try 20 pixels. Ah, it's a little small. Ah, this has affected our link as well. So we probably won't need our relative positioning there. That's interesting. So let's use 30 pixels instead. Still a little small maybe. Let's go for 40. Okay, brilliant. So I think that's about the right size. Find local news is now a little bit out of whack. So let's move it down a touch, not that much. We want it to be roughly centered with the image. So about that should do. And then we want our box round the find local news. Which should be fine. Let me see if I can get that color just right. I'm not finding my color picker to work that well at the moment, but let's see what we can do. So there's the dark red. And that, I think, is the lighter red. Let's give it a go. So let's set the local news div to have a border of 1 pixel, that color, solid. Okay. That's about the right color, I think, but it's definitely extended further than we'd want there. Let's have a look and find out why. I think it's because we need to introduce our float. So let's now float. Let's see if we can get away with floating left temporarily. And we'll want to set a fixed width as well. So let's go for something like 200 pixels. Okay, good. So that now gets the border roughly how we want it. The width is a little bit wide. So let's go for 180 pixels. Great. I think we need a little bit of padding on the left and right, and maybe a touch on the top to bring it down a little as well. So let's go for 5 pixels at the top, and then 5 pixels on the right. Let's try 0 on the bottom and see what effect that has, and then 5 pixels on the left as well. Okay, I'm liking that. I think maybe a touch more on the left. Let's try 10 pixels. Excellent. I think that looks good. Now all we need to do is bring it down a little. So we'll do that with a margin. So at the top, let's try 5 pixels again. And then we're going to want a margin right of, let's try around 10 pixels. And we're not actually interested in bottom and left margins because we're going to float it to the right. Okay, let's have a look. There it is. Fantastic. So it's not identical to that, but it's pretty close. I think we could make the text a little bigger, and it'd be nice to align the bottom of the text with the bottom of that image there as well as it is here. So let's just do a little bit of playing around with that. If we can, we'll float it left again so that we can see it more clearly. There we go. So we want the font size to be maybe 60 pixels. If that's not too much. Oop, that's the wrong one. Font size, let's try 30. That's a little large. 26. Okay, I think that looks about right. We'll then need to increase the width. Let's try 190, it's too narrow. 200, still too narrow. 210, still too narrow. 220. Excellent. That's better. Now that I can see it there, I think I want it even bigger. So let's go for 30 and 240. 250. There we go. Okay, so that looks good. Maybe we don't need to move it up at all anymore. Let's have a look. Maybe it will position itself. No, it's still too low down without that repositioning. So let's try moving it up 5 pixels, a little bit more, 8 pixels maybe. There we go. Excellent. I like that. So let's just change the float from left to right. I think that looks pretty good. One thing that you may have noticed that we're lacking though is this grey bar here, which adds a nice border between the top bar, as we're calling it, and the top bit of the menu bar here. So let's add that in. And we also need to make sure our lines line up with that. So this is where it comes in. It has to be pretty pixel perfect. So we can use our local news container, I think, for this, or our menu bar container, sorry. And we'll give it a border top of 1px solid, and we definitely have that color already because we used it on the left of the top bar menu. So where's the border left? There we go. That's what we want. So let's pop it there. Notice it doesn't actually matter what order we put these three in. You can put the width and the type and the color in any order you like, and it'll still work it out. Great, so now the bar is there, which looks really nice, but those things aren't quite in contact with it. So let's figure out why that is. First thing to try might be to decrease the height of the top bar slightly, which might move everything up. Nope, that's no good. So let's keep that at 40. Let's just try setting the margin and padding to 0. No, that's not it either. So I suspect that it's something to do with one of these divs being taller than the rest. And the only one that doesn't have a left margin is this bell one, because that's got the image as the left margin. So let's just test out our theory by removing the bell div temporarily. Aha, now that moves everything up beautifully. Okay, so the bell div is definitely our problem. Let's have a look. Probably that's a little bit too tall. Okay, we've got our margin here. So 9 pixels, 8 pixels. All right, so let's try changing the bottom margin to 0. And we'll keep the left margin at 8 pixels. See if that does the job. There we go. Very nice. So now everything links up beautifully and things are really starting to take shape. Great. So now let's have a look at this menu bar down here. So that's what we're trying to create next. You can see first off that it's got a different red to the bar above. So let's just get that red copied to the clipboard. And create some new divs for us. So we're now outside the menu bar. I'm actually going to call this very unoriginally menu bar 2. And then add some styles for menu bar 2. And the main one is that we want the background color to be that. But we also want it to have a width of 100%. And that's actually not menu bar 2, it's menu bar 2 container. Just like we had before. So we'll set that to be menu bar 2 container, and then within that we're going to have div id menu bar 2. And this is where our menu will be contained. And all we'll need for that is a width of 1000 pixels and a margin, as we've seen before, of 0 and auto. And that will give it a margin 0 top and bottom, but auto left and right, which will make it nicely centered for us. And let's give it a height as well. So let's try something like 30 pixels. All right, let's take a look. Aha! So everything's good, except it's not quite positioned where we wanted it. Why is that? It's because we haven't broken our floats. So before that, let's add a div with a class of clear. And that should clear both our floats and move it down underneath where it belongs. Brilliant. So now we're going to want a string of links, all of which are going to be styled the same. So I'll start with the first couple, home and UK, and once we've got those right, we should just be able to add the others in. So we want them pretty big, white, and we want to have this border there as well. So let's have an A. Again, we'll have a blank href, and this will be home. And then the same for the next link, which I've forgotten already. UK. There we go. So let's see what they look like without any styling. All right, not great. So again, we can style these using menu bar 2 and then A, and that will style all of the links within menu bar 2 the same. So let's set the color to white first, and we want no underline, so text decoration none. We want a bit of a margin at the top. Let's try 5px. And we want some padding left and right as well. So we don't need any padding top and bottom, but let's go for 10 pixels padding on the left and right. And finally, let's add our border right. It's going to be 1px solid. And I think it's the same color as the border around the bit that we can't see anymore. Find local news there. Or at least it's close enough. So let's use the same border as we did for local news, which was this one. BB4545. Okay, let's take a look. That's not bad. I think they could do with being slightly bigger. And my margin top obviously hasn't worked out there. So I'm going to use font size. Let's try 14 pixels. And let's use positioning to shift them down a bit. Okay, that's actually made them smaller. Let's try 18 pixels. Okay, I think that's about the right size. And I think we could make the menu bar itself a little bit bigger and then move them down a little bit more. There we go. I like that. Maybe a teensy bit less. Okay, great. So I'm pretty happy with that. There's something slightly strange going on with the padding here, I think. But let's add a few more and it might become clearer what that issue is. So we've got, I wonder if I can copy and paste. No. Okay, no problem. Let's just add them in. So I'll just add a few blank links there. So we've got world, business, politics, tech, science, health, education, entertainment and arts, video and audio, and more. Okay, let's take a look. We'll sort out the more triangle later on. Okay, so this is good. We have a problem with our font size, so let's make that font a little bit smaller. That's easy enough. Try 16, still a little bit too big. So let's try 14, okay. That's about right, and then let's move them down a little. Keep them centered. Whoops, wrong way. 1 pixel less, I think. Great. Now I'm going to bring in the underline on hover, which I know is not quite the same as what the BBC site does, but it'll be close enough. There we go. We need JavaScript to get this to appear anyway. All right. So all we need to really do now is add the down arrow. And of course, we want to get rid of this margin on the more link. So let's do both of those. First off, I'll do my screenshot. And remember, you can use the clipper tool if you're on Windows to do that, or Command-Shift-4 if you're on Mac. And there it is. So I'm going to call it down arrow, and then copy it and put it in the images folder as before. Brilliant. So let's edit that. First off, we're going to need to get rid of the border on the final more link. So let's give that a special class, which I'll call no border. And then we can have a no border class which has border none. So let's just have a look, see if that's worked for us. It hasn't. That allows us to use a special trick of exclamation mark and important. And let's just make sure you can see that that's worked. So that's a really handy little trick that you can use when you've got potentially caching CSS instructions. So here we're telling every menu bar 2A item to have a border on the right, and here we're telling everything with a class of no border to have no border. So how does the browser know which one to do? If you want to be completely clear on it, then you use exclamation mark and important, and it will make sure that this one has a priority over anything which is not important. So that's a handy little trick. Okay, that's great. And so all that remains then for this bar is to add in our image. So images and then down arrow. There we go, right, a little bit too large. So let's give it an ID of down arrow. And then we can fix all of that. All right, so it's there. It's a little large, little high up there. And it's shifted everything down as well. So let's try a height of 10 pixels. And let's shift it down a little bit using positioning. So we'll give it a top of, let's try 10 pixels as well. Just see what that looks like. Oh, as it happens, that looks pretty perfect. I like that a lot. Wonderful. So that's our menu bar complete. In the next video then, we'll go and look at the left part of the main section here. So we'll do our technology link up there, and then we'll have a bit of content and our Asda image right there as well. Hope you're still enjoying yourself and you're staying with me. I'll see you in the next video. So things are coming along nicely. We've got our top bar up and running, and that fits nicely with our menu bar as well. We've got our two shades and all our menu links are set up beautifully. So in this, the third video of the BBC News clone, we're going to be recreating essentially this box here, the left part with technology at the top, and then bottom right, we've got this big image. So let's start as always at the top left and work our way down. So this technology with the red underline isn't actually a link, which is slightly odd, but ours is not to reason why, ours is to recreate. So let's get things moving. We're out of the menu bar 2 container div now, so we're going to need a clear. So let's set that up. There we go. And then we'll have an ID of, we'll call it main article, because that's what it seems to be. So we definitely want to set a width for this main article, and we want it to float left, because we're going to have another section on the right there which is going to float right. But the width of the whole section again is the same as the whole page. So let's actually create a container which once again is 1000 pixels wide and centered. So let's have a div, I'll call it page container, because it would actually contain the whole page if we were going to write the whole thing. So page container is same as what we've seen before, which is to say it's 1000 pixels wide, and it's got a margin 0 at top and bottom, and auto left and right, so nice and centered. Okay, and then the main article part is going to go on the left. We'll sort out the floating and everything else a bit later on, but we'll start with an H2. We've already used H1, so we'll have H2, and that will be our technology. So let's just have a quick look and see how that looks. Okay. Fine, definitely a little bit out of position there, but that can be easily changed. So H2, there's only one of them, so we don't need to give it a particular class. We want it to be definitely not bold, a bit smaller, and then red underlined. So we'll have font weight normal, margin top, let's try 40 pixels. And let's try a font size of 20 pixels. See how that looks. Okay, pretty good. So that's aligned right to the left, which is what we want. Yep, we want it aligned with the news. Now we want to achieve this red underline here, but I think it's not actually an underline. It looks more to me like a border. So I'm going to grab the color first off, which I think is actually the same color as we've used before, that dark red. And then it looks quite thick, so maybe 4 pixels. Let's try border bottom, 4px solid, whoops, not quite red, but that color there with a hash in front of it. Let's take a look. All right, so that's pretty good. I think it's maybe a little bit too thick. Let's try 2 pixels. Okay, that looks a lot better. And let's set the width then of the H2. So that it's about the right size. All right, nearly there. Okay. There we go. Great. So now we've got our technology. Let's have our, this is going to be our H3 link, and this is going to be our title. So it's H3, it's a link. We don't care where it goes, and there's the content. So let's have a little look how it seems. Okay, I quite like the spacing, that's about right. We need definitely different colors, but it's roughly in the right place. I think we need it to be a little bit larger as well. So let's take out H3A, because we're styling a link within H3, and we definitely want the color to be black. We want the font size to be around, let's try 20 pixels, see how that looks. I think we could go a bit bigger than that. Okay. I like that. I think that's about right. And we want to get rid of that underline. So text decoration, none. Okay. Excellent. And we also want to make sure that it goes to that blue on the hover. So let's get the right color. Difficult to do at that width. Come on, it's definitely not behaving today, but maybe I can persuade it. No, it's not happy about that. Okay, let's see if I can use the inspector. So right click or control click, command click, sorry, and inspect. And then it might give us the hover color if we're lucky. There we go. I think that's it there. So let's copy that. It's called faux block link hover, presumably. So that looks promising. Okay, so we're going to style that using H3A and then hover. And we want it to be the same as above, but with that particular color. Wonderful. Okay, storming along. All right, now we've got this part down the left. So I think we can use a nice paragraph for that. I want to try and copy it without clicking on the link. Okay, I can't do that, so I'm going to inspect it and copy it from the code. So I think it's here in buzzard body, buzzard summary. There we go. I'll select that. And then let's pop that in. So we're still in main article here. I think we need a div. I'll call it article summary. And then the code, let's have a look. Great. I wonder if we can get it to tell us the color. So I'm going to click on the arrow there and then find the bit that I want. See if I can extract the color. So that part there, and let's go for computed, and I think that's the color. No, not quite. There we go. Yeah, it is the same. So 5A, 5A, 5A. I think the actual size looks about right to me. So article summary. There we go. Is color. Is that. Wonderful. Now we want to change the width a little there. So let's reduce the width to, let's try 200 pixels, see how that looks. That put. We could go a little bit wider, maybe 220. Great. I think that's close enough. I think the spacing of their font is a little wider than ours, but I think we can live with that. Okay, and then underneath we've got this little timer here. I can't right click and download it, so I'll need to a screen grab. So same as usual, let's go back and grab it. There it is. I'll call it clock. Copy it with Command C or Control C and paste it into images. There we go. So we just need the clock and then the date and then a line and then technology. Easy. So I'll do that as a paragraph. And then we'll have a new paragraph for our clock. Images / clock.png. And then our date, which was currently the 19th of January 2016. And I'll see what happens. I'll try writing a pipe, which should be over to the right of your keyboard near the enter button. We'll see if that looks right. I think it might do, but we might have to use a margin there if it's too narrow. And then we've got a link which says technology. Okay, that looks pretty good. Definitely need a bit of styling there. But we can do that without any new classes, I think. So this is all within article summary. So we can have article summary and then image. There's only one of those, and that's the clock. So let's change the height to, let's try 15 pixels. Great. I think that's just about right. And I want to move it down slightly. It's a little bit high up. So let's use a relative position. And top. Not much. Try 3 pixels. Up, too much. 2 pixels. Great. Okay, perfect. Now, of course, we have a problem because our width was too narrow. So let's increase the width of article summary a little bit so that it can bring in the bottom part as well. That's great. Okay, and then let's style our link. So what color do we want it to be first off? It's the same red as the other red, I think, and then on hover it goes the same blue, by the looks of it, as the header up there. So let's take off the underline first. So text decoration, none. And then color, let's find that red. It was the same as the bottom border on the H2, so that number should do it. Let's have a look. Wonderful. And then we just need to change the hover, which is actually going to be the same as that. But instead of H3, we want article summary A. Hover. So now when we hover, it goes blue. Brilliant. I don't quite like my hyphen though. I don't think it looks as good as that does. So it's going to be slightly trickier than just putting in a pipe. But not to worry. Let's make it a left border on the technology link. So border left is definitely 1 pixel. Solid. And I think it's the same grey as the grey up here. So let's scroll up and find that. That was our 6 C's. So pop that in there. Have a look. Okay, so yeah, that looks a lot better. But we need to add in a little bit of padding. Let's try 10px. Okay, yeah, that looks right, but it's now too big. Let's see if it's still too big after we've done that. Okay, it's not, but we now need to add padding to that bit there. So let's put a span with an ID of date. And that just means that we can put a little bit of padding to the right of it so that the border there isn't flush with the 2016. So our date, we want padding right. Let's have the same as what we had for the technology link, 10px. Okay, I think that looks great, but we do now need to make our article summary div a little wider. Beautiful. Okay, I'm very happy with all of that. Now all we need to add for this part is the image here. So I'm going to control click or right click, and I can't even do it there. Nope, so the image is in the CSS somewhere. We could figure it out, but it's probably easier, or at least quicker, to just screenshot it. Remember, if you can't do that for any reason, then just grab it from the download in the next video. Okay, there it is. I'll call it main article image, and then we'll copy that straight into our images folder. Lovely. Get rid of that. So this is going to be to the right of this section here, so we're going to want to float all of that left. So let's make that happen. I think what we'll do is underneath technology, because technology goes all the way across, so we'll create a new div to contain the article there. Then that's the bit that can float left for us. So we'll leave technology as is, and then we'll have a div with an ID of article container. Then that can go there, and we'll indent everything inside that. Lovely. So article container needs to have a certain width, and it needs to float left as well, and so does article summary. So let's just make that happen. So article summary already has a fixed width, so let's make it float left. And then article container, we want that to float left, and we want a fixed width. Let's go for maybe 600 pixels. It's going to be a bit more than half. Okay, just make sure we haven't ruined anything too much there. Yep, that looks fine. Got a bit more spacing than we had before, but that might actually work out better. Let's put everything else in and see. So then to the right of article summary, we're going to have the image. That's all we have here, so let's just put it straight in. Main article image, there it is. And let's just see how it looks without any styling at all. Whee! A little bit too big. So I'll give it an ID of main article image. And then let's edit it up here. So the main thing we need to do is reduce the width. Let's try 300 pixels. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think it's a bit bigger in real life. So let's go for 400 pixels. Okay, that's now too big for the container, but that's all right. We can make the container a bit wider. Okay, I think that looks good. Maybe not exactly the same size, but close enough. I'd like to see a little bit more gap between the image and the text down there. So let's give it a little margin left of maybe 20 pixels. Okay. You might have guessed that was going to happen. Let's give that another 20 pixels. Great. So that looks pretty awesome to me. The only thing I want to add are these two links down here, a little line there, and then our border to the right there. Okay, so let's start our way down here. So that one is actually quite easy to put in. We can use a horizontal rule, and we'll do this after the technology link. So here, so horizontal rule, and I think we should give it an ID. I'll call it article HR. So the main thing we need to change is the color and the width. So the color is going to be the same as this red in technology, which I believe was that code there. And then let's go for a width of 50 pixels. See how that looks. Excellent. Couple of minor issues there. It's centered rather than left aligned, and it's not actually red. So let's have a look and see if we can fix those. Let's look at how we might align an HR first off. Okay, so we can add in a line equals left into the HR itself. Let's try that out. Okay, that solved that problem. And let's see if we can see what's wrong. Changing the color of an HR element. Yep, so setting the color as we've had doesn't work. Okay, so I think we need to use border color instead of color for the HR. So let's set it as border top, as they've done there. So 1px solid, and then that. Excellent. So now it looks a lot like the one. If we get it aligned nicely in the real thing. Wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to copy those two links. So those links are pretty similar to the technology link, but they're black rather than red. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's pop them in here. So a href is empty again. Close A. I think we'll put them in separate paragraphs as well. And then let's just copy and paste that for the second link too. Okay, fine, but they're inheriting those styles as well. I think because this is a more unique link than this one, we should actually give this an ID. Even though we didn't need to before. So ID equals, let's call it a topic link, because it seems to be linking to technology, which is the topic that we're looking at. And then we want to put all of this into topic link. There we go. So that now works fine. We just need to style these. So I think we'll give them a class of their own as well. I'll just call them article link. There we go. And we don't need a lot of styling for them, but we need to set the color to black And we need to set the text decoration to none. We've already got the right colouring on the hover. Brilliant. So I think that's close enough. We now just need to add the border on the right there, which is our classic 1px solid grey. We're familiar with that by now. And we're going to add that to the article container. So border right is going to 1px solid, and can we find the right color? It's the topic link. There it is. Oh no, the border left link color. There we go. So article container 1px solid, and then that color. Okay, looks very good, but of course it needs to be spread out a little bit. So let's add a bit of padding. Try 20 pixels. Wonderful. There we go. So we're pretty darn close now. We've got our left main block added. So all that remains is to add our watch listen section down here on the right. And that shouldn't be too tricky at all. Fingers crossed. We'll do that in the next video. See you there. Excellent. So well done for staying with me. We've done a lot of work here and we're almost finished. So we've got our nice top bar at the top. Then we've got our menu bar in 2 shades of red, and then we've got our main article content over here. All we need left now is the section on the right, watch/listen. So that should be fairly trivial. Nothing too tricky in there, just a couple of images and some links. So if you have done this whole thing by watching me, then that's great, but why not take the opportunity to do this last bit on your own? There really is nothing fancy there. It's all pretty straightforward. So give it a shot if you feel you might be able to. Okay, so let's start at the top. Watch/listen is what we're after. And we'll want to do that in a new div. So we're still inside any div, I'm not too sure. You can see the page container. Yes, the page container was the full 1000 pixels. So this is going to be our watch and listen div. And I'll use an H4 here just for fun. Watch/listen. So we'll have a quick look just to remind ourselves what style we're going for. Okay, so pretty big, black, but probably not bold. Let's take a look. All right, so not too bad. I think one thing I'm going to do is temporarily clear the floats so that I can see it again without having to change everything. It's probably a good idea to clear them before the div that I want to appear underneath. There we go. So let's do a little bit of styling there. First off, we want to style watch listen. I think all we need is a bit of padding or possibly margin on the left. That will do for now. Doesn't really matter which we choose. Let's pop in 20 pixels. There we go. And then only one H4. So let's have font weight is normal, but font size is maybe 20 pixels. Try that. That looks about right to me. Unfortunately, we are going to have to make this bigger and smaller. Okay, that looks great. So let's get these images. One. think I'm going to get all 3 in one go. There we go. So let's copy those over. We'll have article 1, article 2, and article 3. Go, copy them as before, and then just pop them in our images folder. Wonderful. Okay, so let's get the image up first off. So underneath our H4, we're going to have first off our image. So it's going to have an src of images / article 1. And we can do this, we can style these all the same, can we? Come to think of it, we're going to have this image here as well. So we can't just use all the images inside watch-listen. So let's give it a special class. I'll call it article side image. Just because I think I might have used article image before. I'm not sure. So article side image, we definitely want it to float left. And we're going to want to play with the size a little bit, I suspect, yeah, because that's pretty big. So let's try a width of maybe 70 pixels. A little bit small. Let's try out 90, see how it looks. Okay, then we've got our text there, which I can't copy, so there we go. If I control click or right click, that lets me copy it. So it's a link again, but we don't really care where it goes. But we want it to be definitely black, possibly bold, and pretty big. So not very much like that. All the links here are going to be the same, so rather than giving it a separate class, let's keep our code lean and mean and just style it using watch-listen A. Or come to think of it, we're going to have separate style links there, so maybe we should give it a class. Bit messy, but probably slightly easier to understand. So watch-listen-link. Okay, so we definitely want no underlining. We want the color to be black. We'll try making the font weight bold and the font size, let's try out 18 pixels. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We then want to make it go blue on the hover, which we've done before. There we go. So always copy and paste if you can. Fewer chances of you making mistakes. Although it looks like I have made a mistake. So maybe I just need watch-listen link on hover. There we go. That's better. Because of course it's not an A within watch-listen-link. It is watch-listen-link. Okay, we want a bit of a gap between the image and our headline as well. So I think we'll do that as a margin right on the image itself. There we go. That looks nice. And let's set the width of our watch listen div now so that that wraps up nicely. So maybe 300 pixels. Backs, let's give it a little bit more if we can. Okay, we'll try that out and see if we've got room to fit that in there. I think we have. Okay, so now we've just got the date, which is exactly the same as what we had over here. So we should be able to copy and paste our code, which would be nice. Let's have a look. So here we go. Let's put that inside a paragraph tag. And then we can have another paragraph tag. So we've got our clock image. Same as before, but we're going to need some styling there. So let's create a class of clock so that we can steal the styling that we had before and make it not limited to images inside whatever we called that bit. The article container, I think. Oh no, the article summary. There we go. So instead of article summary image, we're now going to have clock. That shouldn't change anything over there. Yep. It'll just allow us to use it in more than one place. Okay, so here we go. We've got our clock. Now we've got an ID of date. We're going to want to use that more than once now, so let's change it from an ID to a class. And then I'm going to use Command F or Control F on Windows to find .date. Ah no, because it's not .date yet, it's hash date, and we want to change that to .date. Okay, let's have a look. Brilliant. Now we don't actually want the technology this time, but we will want it later on. So let's keep it in for now. One thing you might have noticed is this technology actually goes below the image, but it doesn't wrap round. So what we're going to need to do is create a div here on the right so that it doesn't wrap as it's doing at the moment underneath the image, like that there. While I'm looking at that as well, I think we might need to get rid of a little bit of padding. Oh no, that's okay, it's slightly lower down. That's fine. Okay, so let's create a div around everything to the right of the image. So I'll just call this side article. And then all of this can be indented. And then we want side article in fact, I don't know if we actually need any styles at all. Yeah, we certainly need something. Let's give it a float of right and a fixed width. All right, we're getting there, but let's move that up a little bit. Let's try 15 pixels. Oh, yep, up, not down. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Before we add all the others, let's just get rid of our clear so that it should now be floating right, but it's not, I suspect. It's because it's too wide. So let's have a look. Let's change that to 150 pixels first. Okay, not quite. Let's take out watch listen. Change the width of that. Okay, that's closer. Okay, let's add a float. Right, just to definitely get it up there. Okay, brilliant. So now we're in the right place. We just need to get our widths sorted out. Okay, that's slightly too wide. Still slightly too wide. Okay, there we go. So now we're in position. I think we can make our side article part a little bit wider. There we go. Move it up a touch more. So let's just get the colouring right here. We want the span with a class of date. So Command F and search for .date to get right there. And I think it's that colour that we want, so same as the article summary. That's great. And now here we want that to appear just on its own. And then if we've got a link, as we have in the second one, we want a pipe there or a bit of border, and then our technology on the next line. So the way I'll do that is we'll break our floats or clear our floats there, and then copy all of this to get a new article. Just have a look. Okay, very nice. So now we can get rid of the topic link from the top one. There we go. So that's just 19th of January 2016 now. And then we need to edit our code so that this technology appears on the next line. But we also want the border to appear on the right, which is a bit of a pain because we've put the border on the left of the technology link. So let's add another class to the link saying no border, and we'll add another class to the span saying border right. And we'll use those to override the existing classes. So for no border, we want border left to be none. And let's just check. We might need an important there. Note that's achieved it in itself. But it has taken us back to the original. But that's okay. That's highlighted an error actually. This should be class is topic link and no border. And that should be the same then up here. Yes, so that should be a class of topic link because we're now using it more than once. So let's find our topic link. So Command or Control F and then #to takes us almost there. Topic link. There we go. So that's now a class. There we go. That's better. So we've got the class without the border. We also don't want the padding there anymore either. So in our no border class, let's get rid of that padding. Excellent. And then let's add the border in to the right of the span. So this is the border right class now. And that's going to be the same as this one, but on the right. In fact, I think it's already got a padding right of 10, so that should be okay. Let's have a look. Okay, that's great. We do really want those to be on separate lines though. So let's see if we can put in a line break in between them. Wonderful. All right. That looks pretty good. So now it's just a matter of updating, there we go, the titles and the images for the other articles. Let's get rid of that. And so that's going to be article 2. And then we're going to want to clear all of that again and create another side article, article 3. Copy the content there. Paste that in, get rid of that video. And finally, article 4. And what is a VPN service? Very good question. Okay, and I think one of those, yep, has a different topic. So the second one is science and environment, not technology, or the third one, sorry. Okay, let's have a look. And there they are. Oh, maybe I only copied 3 article images. That's fine. We'll stop at the 3. That was the threshold that we wanted to go down to anyway. And there we go. I'm sure the perfectionists amongst you, or the future web designers, will find lots of small ways to improve that and get it even closer to the original. But I think, to the layman's eye, there's not much to obviously see the difference. So congratulations. I hope you managed to do a good chunk of it yourself. But even if you've just followed along with the videos, I hope you've learned a great deal and see how you can take the CSS knowledge that you've learned in this section and create a world-class website. For many of you, that was probably the biggest coding challenge you've ever had. So well done once again for making it to the end. Go and have a nice cup of tea and a couple of chocolate digestives, and then come back to do some real coding with JavaScript in the next section. Now, just when you thought you were done with CSS, there's one more thing I want to show you. I've hinted at this a couple of times during this section, but another way of storing your CSS is to do it completely off the page that you're working on. So the internal CSS that we've been using so far has all of the CSS right there in the code of the page. There's a couple of reasons why that's not a great idea. It's very helpful in development when you're making a site because everything's together, but in production, it means that you have to have your CSS content on every page, which isn't great. You could find yourself updating it several times, and you'll definitely have a slightly slower site because the users will have to download the CSS information every time they load a new page. So the general solution for this is external CSS. And we already saw one of those files when we used a Google font, but I'm going to show you how to do it now with our bbc.html file. So I'm going to get all of the style information and cut it. And we'll get rid of this. And just out of interest, let's have a quick look and see what our page looks like without any CSS at all. Yeah, it's not great. Readable, but not great. So how do we keep our CSS separate from our HTML? Well, I'm going to do it by creating a new file in brackets. And this is going to be our CSS file. So I'm going to call it bbc.html. bbc.css, and that's where I'll store all of our styles. And now all I need to do is reference that file in my bbc.html file. We'll bring in all those CSS styles. So you may remember some of the code that we had when we copied in the Google Fonts link, but we do this using link, which is our way of bringing in another file into our HTML file. And we use rel, which is short for relation, and this is the relation between the main HTML file and the file that we're linking to. And in this case, it's a style sheet. So this tells the HTML that we're linking to a separate style sheet. Then we have to clarify the type, and the standard for style sheets is text/CSS. And finally, we give it the href, or the hypertext reference, the location. So that's going to be bbc.css. Simple as that. So now if we save that and reload our page, we've got all our styles back in. So that's how you use external CSS, and I would recommend using external CSS pretty much all the time when you're working with a live site. It just makes things so much easier, separates everything out, and requires the user to download less information when they visit multiple pages on your site. Alright, so use some external style sheets in the next website that you create, but for now we're going to go on and look at some JavaScript.